Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. We have a special event for you today. We are privileged to have Macy Polk come and sing the national anthem for us. She is the daughter of Chad Polk, there he is, who's a friend of mine. He's the executive director for the Alzheimer's Association of Mississippi. If you've been down the stairs, you've seen that the Alzheimer's Association is here today, and so we're privileged to have them here. Chad's daughter Macy is here. She is a senior at Jackson Prep and plans to attend Mississippi State after that. So she is going to sing the national anthem for us. First, we're going to be led in prayer by the gentleman from Neshoba, and then remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge.
Y'all please bow with me. Heavenly Father, we acknowledge your presence with us today, God. We just thank you for your allowing us, Father, just to wake up this morning, put our feet on the floor, Father, to come and do the work that you have ask us to do, ordain us to do, Father, here. It's people's work, Father. We thank you, God, for just the many continued abundance of blessings you give us, God. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for your enduring righteousness, Father. Father, just be with us as we deliberate and debate today. Father, just give us the wisdom, give us discernment, give us the patience, and give us the knowledge, Father, to thoroughly vet everything that we have before us, God, and just everything will be done in your will, Father. Lord God, just bless those that are less fortunate, those that just need your loving arms and tender hands upon them, Father, for their healing. And Father, for those that have all the needs that we know, Father, are out there, whether they be unspoken physical needs, unspoken spiritual needs, Father, we just ask that you hear those, Father, and that your will be done on them, Father. Just thank you, God, again for the day. Forgive us where we fail you. In Christ's name, amen. Attention, salute, pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the nights that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Macy. That was outstanding. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There was a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of Select Committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of Standing Committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have introductions of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett. Passes. Gentleman to Shamingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the House please help me make welcome in the North Gallery? Look on your desk, you got a challenge coin today from the Civil Air Patrol. If these two gentlemen would stand up, I'd like to introduce them. Colonel Robert Mims, he is the wing commander for the Civil Air Patrol in the state of Mississippi. Lieutenant Colonel Harvey Yarborough, vice commander. Their theme is serving communities, saving lives, and securing futures. Please make them welcome.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction in the North Gallery for Alzheimer's Advocacy Day is Dr. Kim Tarver. Dr. Tarver serves as both Division Chief of Geriatrics and Director of Clinical Services for the Mind Center at UMMC. We also have the Alzheimer's Association Mississippi Chapter, the Mind Center at UMMC, the Mississippi Department of Mental Health, Mississippi Department of Health, and Mississippi Department of Human Services Division of Aging and Adult Services. Let's give them a warm welcome and thank them for the work they do for the citizens of Mississippi.
Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I would like to welcome to the House of Representatives two incredible people from New Albany. First, Billie Jean Stroud, who is originally from the gentleman from Itawamba's district who grew up there, but like most beautiful women, they come to Union County. Billie Jean is a tremendous leader in New Albany and is the Main Street director of one of the most successful and vibrant downtowns in Mississippi. Along with Billie Jean is her husband, John Stroud. As most of y'all know, John is a basketball legend in the SEC, having played at Ole Miss, becoming the school's career leader in points and his third in career points in SEC history. John was the Houston Rockets' first-round pick in the 1980 draft. After his playing career ended, he remained in basketball, becoming the head coach at New Albany High School, winning back-to-back state titles. The Lord led him to Millsaps, where he became the head coach and had a 13-year career, winning 3 SCAC championships. And more important and effective, Mr. Speaker, is our current governor was one of his players, and John was able to tell him what to do. After Millsaps, John and Billie Jean moved back to New Albany, had 2 beautiful daughters, which led John back into the coaching business, where he coached and won another state championship in girls basketball. Today, they live in New Albany and a very successful business, very prominent in the town. So please give a warm welcome to 2 of New Albany's finest and Mississippi's finest, John and Billie Jean Stroud.
Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make actually 2 introductions. In the South Gallery, we have, with the Mississippi Academy of Pediatric Dentistry, we have Dr. Mary Page, and we also have Dr. Trice Warner. And Trice happens to be a friend of mine from Tupelo and a former neighbor. And then, thank you, welcome you guys. And then behind those ladies, I have another good friend of mine and neighbor, Mr. Gunnar Goad with AT&T. Thank you.
Jim from Walthall, Mr. Pygott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An announcement, we have a celebrity with us here in the House today. The winner of the Mississippi Legislative Showdown. The winner is Miss Robin Robinson, expert show person.
Jim from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome a young man sitting in the South Gallery. He's the Vice President of the Student Government Association at Alcorn State University, Mr. Chris Emts.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to bring home the championship to the House. This is the third year in a row, and I'm pleased to continue that tradition.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I want to acknowledge or recognize our head page, Grace Williams, who will come forward and introduce our pages for the week. I want to ask all the pages to please stand and be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have quite a few pages this week, so y'all bear with me. We have John Farr, Kaylee Collier, Emma Claire Dunhurst, Anthony Griffith, Rivers McKenzie, Molly Catherine Cleburne, Margaret Collins, Macy Caraway, Jamie Alexandria Crowder, Hudson Hollingsworth, Ariel Fortune and Alexis Fortune, Morgan Thornton, Abby Wilson, Ziona Hale, Ingrid Soto, Tatiana Myers Arterberry, Dennis McCollum Jr., Sydney Birchfield, Bennett Hubbard, Gracie Sullivan, Gannon Moore, Molly Catherine Tannehill, Owen Marquardt, Caroline Johnston, Reynolds McCaleb, Mary Bradley McCurdle, Abigail Grace Howard, Ben Warren, Hayden Jenkins, Pete Peebles, Jaden Larry Turner, Ashley Nylor, and Angela Turnipseed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pages. We appreciate your service to us this week. I don't see any further introductions. We will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Any chairman have an item here? Gentleman from Alcorn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 1, House Bill 604. I'd like to reconsider the vote by which it passed.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill is back before the House.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize for an amendment.
You recognize, gentlemen.
And ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I just forgot to do this when we had it. Putting a reverse repealer in the bill. This is our DUI bill that we kind of use every year to keep open all the code sections going forward. I anticipate that it'll go to conference a lot. I've had over 6 members asking for some ideas about DUIs. So I want to hear all of those and work through this through the process. So that's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? I don't see any. Question. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 604. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By 117 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Any other item? Motion to reconsider calendar? All right, I don't see any. Rules calendar. Lady from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up HCR number 47 and ask for the usual motion.
You recognize, lady.
Retired Brigadier General Martha Joes Leslie, commend her upon her passing. I wanted to read one thing that's in her resolution that I thought especially the ladies would enjoy. Whereas General Leslie's extensive and accomplished military career began in 1959 as a first lieutenant with the 134th EVAC Hospital and ended in 1992 when she retired as a brigadier general, and at one point during her tenure, she was the only female in the Mississippi National Guard, and recalled marching in a Camp Shelby parade of 10,000 soldiers, where she said 9,999 of them were out of step. If there's no questions.
Any questions on the resolution? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Concurrent Resolution 47. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, resolution passes. Next item.
HR number 20, Haley Frederickson, commend and congratulate upon being crowned Miss Rodeo America 2022.
Any questions on the resolution? I don't see any. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Resolution passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to do item 3 through 15 in a block vote, if that's appropriate.
Any objection to taking items 3 through 15 up in a block vote? Does anyone wish to have one of these items set aside? All right, I don't hear any or see any. Any question on any of these resolutions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor these resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for immediate release on all of these.
All right, close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, resolutions are adopted. Any objection to immediate release? I don't hear any. We will do that. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty, what purpose you seek recognition? Passes. All right, that brings us down now to the appropriations calendar. Vice Chairman, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, House members. We'll go to the appropriation calendar. Item number 1, House Bill 1101. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, recognize the gentleman from Calhoun to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Calhoun is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill number, it's 1101. It's called the Trip Optimizer System Bill, and I would like to explain it, but first I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker. I would like to add a reverse repealer to the bill.
All right. You're recognized for your amendment.
All right, the amendment simply adds reverse repealer to the bill.
Any questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted.
All right. The bill simply would exempt certain employees from the Trip Optimizer system. We have a group of employees that are required to go out late at night and deal with our youth that have been incarcerated or having different problems, and they're not able to go. They live in small towns where there's not a rental car agency, and they have and so they may have to drive 30 or 40 miles in the wrong direction after hours to rent a car, and then go and drive a different direction to see the child. And so it's just not practical for them to rent a car each and every time they have to do this instead of using their own private vehicle. It's a very small number of employees in select circumstances, and that's what the bill does. But we just want to have a reverse repeater and keep it alive and talk about it some more.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1101. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas and 17 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, go to item number 2, House Bill 1423. Call it up, make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this House Bill 1423
is a bill to increase the salaries of our full-time district attorneys. And I have an amendment to offer.
You recognize for an amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I need to table a committee amendment. And it's included. The amendment's included in the strike-off.
Motion is to table the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now you have a different amendment?
That's correct. Strike-all amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you're recognized.
The strike-all amendment simply adds to this bill, in addition to our our district attorney's salary increase. It also adds the salary increases of our Chief Justice, Presiding Justice, Associate Justice, Chief Justice, Associate Judge, Chancery Judge, and Circuit Judge in the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals, and the trial courts. The increase in the amount of $20,000 to the district attorney salaries will bring them up to a level of $145,900, and the increases to the justices, the increase to the Chief Justice is $7,491. The Presiding Justice is $7,237. The Associate Justice is $7,300. In the Court of Appeals, the Chief Judge is $7,849, and the Associate Judge increase is $9,967. Trial courts, the Chancery Judge and the Circuit Judge both receive $9,000, and that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on strike-all? Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Would the gentleman yield, please?
Yes, sir.
I may have slept this, but how did you come up with the increases in salary? Was this something suggested, or was it a comparison to other areas of the country, or what? How did you come up with the?
These recommendations come from the State Personnel Board.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Seem like the justices, didn't they give themselves a raise last year, the year before? There was something in that bill that we passed a few years ago where they had money in their budget and gave themselves a raise. Well, that's what I heard. I just want to find out.
You heard the rest, they didn't tip last year.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience. They did do this. This bill authorizes those pay raises and funds it, actually. But they did give themselves a raise, but the funding was not there for it.
Okay, so they're not.
Not in addition to.
Thank you, sir.
Jim from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Are there any additional pins or positions in this piece of legislation?
They're not.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jim from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
I do, gentlemen.
Just want to make sure I heard that correctly. A $20,000 raise for district attorneys?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I do, gentlelady.
Did you guys look at any pay raise for legislators?
Clarify you guys.
The powers that be, I'm guessing maybe.
I would suggest, gentlelady, that you might hold that thought. I understand the Senate is coming with some of that language.
Oh, hallelujah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. I see nothing further on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 1423. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 103 yeas and 12 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up next item, House Bill 1424. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a salary increase to authorize district attorneys to increase from their available funds salary increases to their criminal investigators. It does not have any state dollars with it. It's simply money that funds that they have available to them. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the proper time. That's an explanation of the bill, but I have.
You're recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment simply offers a reverse repealer to this bill, and that's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1424. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 4, House Bill 1426. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the State Personnel Board omnibus bill. If you will be patient while I go over this, it cleans up code sections affected by the SEC Square Plan. Section 1 amends Section 25-331 and provides that salaries of elected state and district officers be fixed at a level recommended by the State Personnel Board to JLBC every 4 years starting July 1, 2024. Section 2 of the bill amends Section 25-339. The executive branch employees' salaries cannot exceed 125% of the governor's salary. Section 3 amends 25-371. It just cleans it up and it removes some reporting requirements on salary increases for county elected officials. Section 4 of the bill amends 25-9-133, some cleanup language, and removes incorrect statutory reference. Section 5 amends 37-313 to revise authority of the State Board of Education to set the salaries of certain personnel, deputy and associate superintendents, and list the blind, deaf schools, School of the Arts, and School of Math and Science. It removes no longer in use provisions ended in 2016 exempting the State Board of Education from certain State Personnel Board procedures. Section 6 amends 47-520. Again, just some cleanup language. It removes no longer in use provisions ended in 2017 exempting the Commissioner of Corrections from certain State Personnel Board procedures. Section 7 amends 47-528. Again, cleanup language. Changes the word conducting to conduct, MDOC, cleans up and removes no longer in use provisions ended in 2017, also exempting the Commissioner of Correction from certain State Personnel Board procedures. Section 8 amends 5715 and then removes the authority of MDA directors to set salaries of certain personnel, associate, deputy, and bureau directors. Section 9 amends 6512 Again, cleanup language, it removes no longer in use provisions ended in 1994 exempting MDOT from certain state personnel board procedures, and renames Department of Economic and Community Development to the Mississippi Development Authority. Section 10 in the bill amends 81-169. It provides authority to the governor to fix the salary of the Commissioner of Banking and Finance. This was previously a power of the legislature. Section 11 amends 25-9-147, and it designates a new name for the variable compensation plan and changes it to the Colonel Guy Groff Neville Kenning Variable Compensation Plan, previously known as the Colonel Guy Groff VCP. The Director of State Personnel Board has asked the Neville Kenning's name be added to the plan name, seeing that this was his last project before passing away. And then Section 12 repeals 25-334. It repeals a section that provides for educational benchmarks. Educational benchmarks can still be awarded through SEC Square. Section 13 pulls forward 25-9-115. Judicial salary sections need to be amended, deleted, cleaned up. This has been done. Section 14 pulls forward 65-9-9 state aid salary section, and this also needed to be amended, deleted, and cleaned up, and this does so in this bill. And Mr. Speaker, that's a brief explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions. I'm sorry, I have a committee amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize for an amendment.
Sure. Originally in the bill, thank you, Mr. Speaker, the amendment, originally in the bill, sections 13 and 14 were included in this. I just explained those to the House. The amendment simply just takes those two sections out, deletes them, and that's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Anybody?
Mr. Speaker, it also adds a reverse repealer to this, just to keep it going.
Okay, I don't see any questions on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
There was a gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlelady.
Yeah, okay, thank you, gentlemen. Now, I want to be clear as to what it is that we're doing. In this section 1, subsection 2, are we taking the ability of the legislature to change these salaries of these state and district officers away and giving it to somebody else's authority?
I was just going to that section, lady. No, it does not. The legislature will have a say in this.
So does the legislature, like we do with the budget committee, do we come with the recommendations, or does somebody else come with the recommendations?
Those will come from the State Personnel Board.
I can't hear you, John.
The State Personnel Board makes those recommendations, gentlelady.
Okay, so the State Personnel Board tells us what they think the governor, the attorney general, the insurance commissioner, the secretary of state, the state treasurer, the auditor, the ag commissioner, and the transportation and public service commissioners. You say the State Personnel Board is going to tell us, the legislature, what they should earn.
No, ma'am, they make recommendations to us.
Okay, let me ask you this. How would they go about, the State Personnel Board, how would they go about recommending to this body what elected officials, state elected officials should earn? What criteria would they use that would be different from anything that we would use over here?
Sure, they evaluate the market, compare those to the salaries of comparable offices, duties, and they make that recommendation.
And so the Appropriations Committee could do the same thing. We could say to the state economist, we could say to the Budget Committee, evaluate what these other states are doing and tell us, as opposed to us giving our authority over to the State Personnel Board to make, as a matter of fact, I think the bill says shall be fixed. So it's not just a recommendation, gentlemen. If you go to line 56, it says that it shall be fixed at the level of compensation recommended by unelected bureaucrats over there at the State Personnel Board. Is that not correct? I ain't voting for this. No way. Shoot.
General Lady, you're correct. We do, those salaries are fixed, and we fix those salaries, but they go back every 4 years and have the ability to reevaluate that, and that's what this does. They're getting them aligned with the new SEC square, and this is part of the process that we're going through to realign those salaries.
But what it does, as we as elected state representatives, representing the over 2 million people in Mississippi, our people are expecting to hold us accountable, to hold them accountable. And would you not agree that the average citizen would have a problem with unelected bureaucrats fixing the salary of the statewide elected officials and just shoving it down our throats, and we got to take it?
Well, lady, I would disagree. It's shoved down our throats. That's the reason we're in here today, is to approve or not approve this bill. And if you don't approve of it, I mean, you vote against the bill. But I don't think that anything's being rammed down our throat. It's being recommended, suggested to us, and sometimes we follow those recommendations.
Okay, gentlemen, then on line 60, 65, 66, and in that area of the bill, it talks about them being able to employ additional employees. Do we know or have any idea what the impact on the budget is going to be if this bill were to pass?
I don't see anything that mentions that in this section, ma'am.
Well, okay, let me see if I can read it to you then, gentlemen.
Thank you.
On line 65, to assist the elected state and district officers in subsection 1 of this section in efficiently performing the official duties imposed upon him by law. I imagine this means he or her. He or she may employ suitable and competent persons who possess the professional skill and expert knowledge needed to fulfill those duties. So how much is that going to cost? How many people is that going to be? And can somebody tell us what the impact of the budget is going to be?
General Lady, for years we've been underpaying these employees, and what this does is give them the flexibility.
I can't hear you, gentlemen. Did you say we have been underpaying?
They've been underpaid, and this new program gives them that flexibility to make those salary increases.
Okay, but have we been adding?
No, ma'am.
In statute, in this
No, ma'am.
section 3 adds and say, okay. And then my last question to you, gentlemen, if you'll go to 137, line 137. And if you could just speak into the microphone and explain that section to me. I couldn't quite hear what your explanation was. That would be line 137 through 150, 180.
This is the executive branch employees' salaries that cannot exceed 125% of the governor's salary.
And in this language, it also says that in the executive branch of government, these people can be supplemented or paid by any funds from any source, including private funds, right? That's in this language, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then it goes on to talk about two places that the governor shall fix the annual salary and fix the governor's chief of staff's salary. Now, the difference, gentlemen, would you not agree with these two, is that MDA, according to this language, says that they can just fix the salary. On line 162, the governor can just fix it. It could be whatever he wants it to be for MDA and Child Protective Services. Then we get into this formula that you have in your bill of no more than 125% of the governor's salary for the chief of staff. Can you tell the House what the MDA chairperson, the executive director of MDA is making right now?
No, ma'am, I'm sure you.
Is it all state funds or is it a mix of private funds?
I'm being told he is, yes, ma'am. He is all state funds.
And Child Protection Services?
All state funds.
And so if it is, then this language that's supplemented for private funds, really, there's no need for that language to even be in this bill, is it?
Well, we actually reduced that percentage from 150.
Yeah, but there's no need for it to be in the bill if we paying state employees with state funds as opposed to private funds.
The changes that we've made are needed to be in the bill, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right then, gentlemen, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're most welcome.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield?
Yes, sir.
So we're putting a cap on the ability for the agency heads and executive directors, whatnot, to be no more than 125% of the governor's salary, correct?
That's correct.
But we're excluding the commissioner of PERS. We're excluding the IHL board and colleges and universities, professors, and EMDE.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the very end of your question?
Okay, but let's go to, from this section that talks about the 125% of the governors, we're excluding the medical board, right? The Department of Health is excluded from this?
Yes.
Okay.
Was that a question? I'm sorry, I thought you were telling me.
Well, I'm just going to go slower, one at a time.
Okay.
So the IHL board is excluded from this?
Correct.
Okay. All of the people that teach at the universities and colleges are excluded from this? Okay. That's all I got. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, you?
Yes.
Gentlemen, will this bill, if passed, possibly have any corrective effect on what many of us consider to be the grossly inflated salary of the state superintendent of education?
That's not in this bill, no, sir.
That's not in this?
No, sir.
I was hoping you would tell me it was, but thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Throw the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1426. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. The vote on 75 yeas, 33 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, back to the calendar, to skip item number 5, go to item number 6, call it up, House Bill number 1006, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
Recognize the gentleman from Holmes.
The gentleman from Holmes is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1006 is a concept we are still working on. We anticipate One thing that the pandemic did expose for us, not only in Mississippi but nationwide, is the shortage of healthcare workers and specifically nurses in our healthcare industry. And so the good job that our community and junior colleges do with this education sector, we want to see if there is a way to expand the capacity for our junior colleges, our community colleges. They're full. Those classes are full that they have now. And so the idea is that we would use some of our ARPA funds to create an expanded capacity at our community colleges to expand our nursing programs. And so I don't have a number for you on that because they are working on getting us that and what that would look like. This is simply the shell of what a bill. I hope to come back to you with some real details and a real bill that outlines a program. This basically just sets forth that the community college board could set up a program if we get them some funds and we give them some parameters in how they could expand their nursing programs. And these ARPA funds can be used for that. So we've just got to figure out what's the price tag and what does that look like and which colleges want to participate. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a brief explanation of a bill that's in its infancy at this point. I'd be glad to answer questions.
Questions on the bill. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Good morning, gentlemen. Was it gentleman here?
Yes, lady.
Yeah, you know, last year we had this conversation. You remember when we had an amendment?
You and I have had so many, lady.
Last year on nursing. If you recall, we had an amendment on the House floor to expand the capacity for nursing in the state. And of course, it was opposed, and the reason for opposing it was because we didn't have the capacity and we didn't have the dollars. And the amendment was saying, take the money out of the CARES Act. Do you recall that?
I do recall a conversation we had. I can't remember if that was about programs or about scholarships, but I will give you, yes, there were conversations. I hope we all recognize we have a shortage and an opportunity here.
Yeah, about programs. And so, gentlemen, because we've been introducing this concept for many years.
And I would acknowledge you have been an advocate for expanding those programs.
And so my question to you is this. If we were to use American Rescue Plan dollars for this program, when you're describing building capacity, now tell us exactly what it is that you're talking about.
I'm talking about expanding those programs. The different community colleges that have these programs are at capacity. They have all the professors they can afford. The classes are full. So this would increase. I have a separate bill that actually creates scholarships for folks who want to go this route. And actually, so I want to increase the demand and the supply side on this issue. I like the idea of us spending pandemic funds at least partially on addressing the pandemic, if you will.
Okay,
but it would expand the programs. It would be more professors, more classrooms, more equipment, and it wouldn't be forced on any nursing program in the state. They would apply to the board and say, hey, we want to expand. We want to add 50 seats in our nursing program or 100 seats.
But for us to comply, though, under ARPA, we certainly would have to meet that underserved and unserved part stipulation that's in ARPA. I would think for us to talk about expanded capacity in this area. But my last question to you, gentlemen, is now this creates teachers, this creates classrooms, this will create, I'm hoping, even simulation for the students to learn, because you know we were talking about that. But you know, we had a bill that would allow the TANF program through the Department of Human Services to develop nursing programs where students' tuition could be paid and their books bought. The state used to do that a long time ago through the Mississippi Employment Security Commission. Would you, gentlemen, work with us to try to see if we could get some language in this bill to see if we could get some of those dollars so that people can take advantage of it? So you wouldn't just be creating slots, but we could also create opportunities, scholarships, different kinds of scholarships for students to go to school in nursing. Different from your scholarship.
Well, this isn't a scholarship. This is about
I
the
know.
programs in and of themselves. So I would not want to amend this bill in any way as it relates to potential students.
Okay.
I'm open to you, but again, where I envision for the students and what that bill would look like, I envision that being Arpa funds as well. And so I don't know about the program as you describe it, or the incentive, or the nugget, if you will, to get those people in to the program. I'm not against it. I'm just saying, I don't know how that dovetails into what we're talking about. I am willing to work with you on that.
And so when do you expect us to know something from them as it relates to cost?
Any day, any day.
Okay. All right then, thank you. Thank you so
for
much.
your interest. I appreciate it.
Jim from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, is this sort of a broad infrastructure bill, essentially? Does it, well, let me put it this way. Would this include money to help nursing students pay tuition and stuff like that?
No, sir. We've got a separate bill that I hope to bring to you that does that. This would simply help the community college increase. Like, if we gave scholarships today, their seats are full in their classrooms is what they're telling me, so there's nowhere to put them. This would increase capacity for the schools.
So basically infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
For where classes could be held.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1006. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 7, House Bill 1408. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Committee substitute. Mr.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1408 is the sheriff salary increases for our county sheriffs. These men and women have not had a pay increase since 2014, and this bill would simply increase annual salaries of the sheriffs by $5,000. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Question. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does size of the county have anything to do with the salary increases, or this is going to be a blanket across the board increase for all sheriffs, regardless of how many citizens they serve?
Yes, sir. The bill increases each sheriff, 82 sheriffs, by $5,000. Total cost is $410,000, but that is not state dollars. Those are all county. That's all county money.
All county money?
That's correct.
Well, question, can all the counties afford to do that?
That'll be.
Some of these counties
it is
are on a
mandatory.
shoestring budget, aren't they?
Yes, sir. These salaries are mandatory. It doesn't say that it says they shall pay them.
I say, well, some of them on a shoestring budget, they may not be able to afford it. Do you consider that perhaps?
I have, but we've also considered the lengths that these sheriffs go to on a day in and day out.
I'm not debating that. You're
Yes,
right. But I'm just saying some counties are more affluent than other counties.
That's true.
So the state is not paying for this. It's strictly county money.
That's correct, and I acknowledge what you're saying. Thank you for your question.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1408. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Was everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill, move to House Bill 1421. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman has an amendment. Recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me explain, maybe I'm going to go back and explain the bill, then we'll take up the amendment. Section 1 of this bill established the ARPA funds. This is a line item that we're attempting, the gentleman from Holmes explained. It's a line item that we've opened up. We're trying to get some money into this to take care of this grant program. It's for the Rural Water Association Infrastructure Grant Program. This bill establishes the program and the grant program at the Mississippi Department of Health by which these funds are distributed to our rural water associations. In the bill, there are there's a excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Projects are to be funded through funds made available by the legislature from the federal ARPA funds. These funds are designated by the deadlines and here the federal rules. It says that up to 10% of this money can be appropriated for use for administrative purposes by the Department of Health, and it creates the Public Procurement Review Board. And the amendment simply takes out any type of match type funding. In other words, it's 100% funding. These small rural water associations, some don't have the ability to match, and it takes that out so that all they have to do is apply for it. There are no matching funds in this, and that's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And the bill.
Further on the bill. Any questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. On this committee that's going to be determining who gets the grants. Can you tell me why we just didn't let the Department of Finance and Administration or either the Mississippi Development Authority be the ones to make that determination like they used to do with small businesses and small cities and, that grant program and the other grant programs that they operate over there?
What this bill does is just simply creates this program to put these funds into so that they can be distributed to the rural water associations. I'm not sure if I follow your question. We're just simply...
Okay, what does this board do? What will this board do in regard to that? Does this board do anything? If it doesn't, then that would be good.
Gentlelady, we did the same thing with the CARES Act funds. The first round that we received, the Department of Health administered these funds to the different cities and counties. They're already set up to do this. It's the reason we give them this authority.
And so which state agency is set up to distribute these funds and make these decisions? What state agency does that?
Department of Health.
The Department of Health does this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there is no board, it's just...
That is correct.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1421. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 115 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to House Bill 1425, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. This is the Arpa Wastewater Infrastructure Grant Program, and what this is very similar to the Rural Water Association. This sets up another program by which these needs can be addressed with Arpa funds that we have been and will be receiving. Section 1 of the bill establishes the Arpa Wastewater Infrastructure Grant Program at the Mississippi Department of of environmental quality. It assists political subdivision, nonprofit utilities, and utility authorities with construction of eligible wastewater, stormwater infrastructure projects. The projects are to be funded through funds that we make available to them through the legislature. There are no dollars in this bill. It's just simply setting up the program by which these funds can be made available to these different municipalities and counties. Funds must be designated by deadlines and adhere to all the federal rules, and the department shall not develop any system of ranking these projects. They will be match-type projects, unlike the rural water associations. These will have a 20% match for funding, and up to 10% of the total of the appropriated amount that we eventually settle on can be used for administrative purposes by the Department of Health, and it creates the Public Procurement Review Board. And that's an explanation of the bill. We had a committee amendment that added the words utility authority after political subdivision in the title of it, Section 1 and Section 2, and that was a committee amendment that we added to this before we brought it to you. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, gentlemen, the show. Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
And gentlemen, this is not really a question, it's just something to put on your radar. So since we have passed this out of appropriation, I've learned that there may be some municipalities across the state that are not a paying member of the 811 Call Before You Dig program. And as we move forward, I would just like for the staff maybe to research if there are any municipalities that are not paying into the 811 Call Before You Dig. And if they are not paying into it, that obviously they need to start paying into it, and especially if we're going to start digging up streets and everything else. So just bringing that to your attention.
Good point, thank you, and get with me on that, and let's see that happens. Thank you.
Gentleman Kemper, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jimmy Yield.
Yes, sir.
So both the rural water and this year passes, when both of them passes, when will they be able to apply? Is it going to be after July 1 before they can start applying, or will this ARPA money be available pretty quick? Or?
I would think it will be available July 1. Now, when the Department of Health and Department of Environmental Quality have those programs up online where they can, I'm not sure of that date. That's not been negotiated. It's not been addressed.
Okay.
Hopefully as quickly as possible.
I know we all going to start getting calls saying, when can we get this money?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
In favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. I don't see any questions on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1425. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. A vote 119 yeas and 2 nays. The bill passes. Next item. Got anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to House Bill 1427, call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Got a committee sub, gentlemen, you wish to call it up?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1427 is, of course, the Mississippi Law Enforcement Firefighters Premium Pay Fund. And this, again, is the funds that we're using from the Arpa relief money that we have currently have. It provides $1,000 to all local law enforcement and firefighters in Mississippi that have not previously received premium pay related to COVID-19. There's approximately 11,500 law enforcement officers, and we have roughly 3,400 career firefighters. And that's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Gentleman Kemper, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jimmy Yield.
Yes, sir.
So is our cities and counties going to pay this money up front and then we just reimburse them, or is the state going to send the checks to the firemen and policemen? How are they going to receive the money?
Some cities, some counties will receive reimbursement. Some of those have taken it upon themselves earlier in the year to go ahead and pay that, these firefighters, these law enforcement officers. We're going to reimburse them up to $1,000, those cities and municipalities. So they will receive that payment. The rest will go out directly to the fire departments and the law enforcement officers.
Okay, so they all my fireman friends are going to start calling. When will they get this money? Be after July, or is it going to be in a couple months, or?
We hope by July.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. So just clarification, it's $1,000?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Skykin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you yield?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, is there any stipulations, is this include any volunteer fire departments, or is it just paid municipal, or as far as law enforcement, is it full-time, or is it part-time law enforcement? What are the stipulations?
Sure. It doesn't include any part-time or volunteer. It's full-time, with cities, municipalities, counties. The idea is we're trying to get this money out to these guys that have stuck with us throughout this pandemic, that have been there, that have not walked away from their jobs for whatever reason. And that's what this, but it doesn't go to any volunteer help or any part-time work.
So just the full-time fire department and full-time law enforcement?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I've scanned the bill as quickly as I could, gentlemen. My understanding, based on what I'm reading, it does not include paramedics and EMTs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any bill that you know of that is addressing them in this aspect?
Not from the House chamber, no.
Okay. I would appreciate if the committee and the people over the funds could look at the possibility of maybe including these individuals. They're out there on the front lines, and I would appreciate them looking at the possibility of including these people in this bill. Thank you.
Absolutely. And listen, let me remind the House, this is simply, we're getting the conversation started. This is going to go to conference. There's going to be a lot of changes made to it, but this is what we want to get out to these guys. And as we go through the process, we're open to hearing any recommendations that you may have.
Gentleman from Lowndes, he passes. Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Stanford.
Amendment at the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
All right, now's the time, gentlemen. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good bill, and this amendment makes it a better bill. So, as you learned a few minutes ago, volunteer firefighters and part-time law enforcement are not included. This amendment would include them and would raise the amount of the funding from Arpa, so it's no general fund dollars involved to pay for them. As I think probably everybody in this room knows, especially those of you in the rural areas, the volunteer firefighters serve the same purpose for us as they do paid ones do in the city. They respond to, of course, fires and automobile accidents, but they also respond when Miss Sue, who has COVID, passed out, and they're there with the EMTs. So that's a description of the amendment. And I'll tell you this too: there's always a question with volunteer firefighters about how are they counted, because they're not necessarily on state or county payroll. So what this would do would task the Commissioner of Insurance. That's the state fire marshal's office too. That would task them with coming up with regulations to determine who qualifies. And we have in here that it would be the intention of the legislature that all volunteer firefighters would be included who have been with us since COVID began. So And we also put a provision in here that would prohibit double dipping. So you have some who are full-time firefighters in the city. They're also volunteer firefighters in their community. They would only be entitled to one payment. And that's the description of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman has offered a good amendment. I just would simply ask that at this time, we're just trying to move through the process and establish this fund. There are approximately 12,500, and it's very difficult to differentiate between who is part-time and who, like the gentleman offered, double dips, who also serves as reserve firemen, volunteer firemen in other areas. I would just simply ask that as we move through this process, we're open to discussion, we're open to the addition of other things, but I would not want to cloud this up with any further funds and risk not being able to get this out to those men and women that we have initially designed this for. And I would just simply ask that you oppose the amendment.
Recognize the author to close on his amendment.
Just to reiterate, does no damage to the bill as it goes through the process. You know, some of those issues can be dealt with to make sure, but if you're like me, you don't want to vote against, giving something to volunteers who don't get paid and give something to the ones who do get paid. I'm not going to go home after voting for that. So hope you'll vote for the amendment. Thank you.
You have a question, gentlemen? There's no one at the well. Anybody yield for a question? Okay. Gentleman from Covington yields. Gentleman from Perry.
yield.
Yes.
Can we not include also part-time police officers also?
They would be included in this amendment.
They're going to be included in that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The House is not voting. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further?
Final passage.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1427. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Anything further?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold that last bill on a motion.
Okay, we can do that.
Appropriation yields.
Appropriation yields. We're now down to Ways and Means. Okay, I don't see the chairman. Laid on the table calendar. I don't see anyone. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introductions, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please make welcome in the North Gallery, Alcorn State University's 20th President, Dr. Felicia Nave. Accompanying her today, she has the 64th SGA President from Rainsboro, Mississippi, Mr. Jarkirius Howard. The 95th Miss Alcorn State University from Cleveland, Mississippi, the beautiful Lady Alicia James. Sir Dennis Stevenson, the first Mr. Alcorn State University from Gulfport, Mississippi. Please make welcome the senior class president from Rainsboro, Mississippi, Mr. Horace Hayes, Jr. And Mr. Patrick Henderson is the business manager from Lake Providence, Louisiana. All the way from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Mr. Darkeem Williams. And once again, Mr. Christopher Epps from the great Port Gibson, Mississippi. Please make them welcome. Please remember that today is Purple and Gold Day here at the Capitol, and lunch is available for all members and staff in room 204.
Lady from Lounge, Mr. McLean, what purpose?
Introduction out of order, please.
You recognize.
I'd like to introduce in the South Gallery one of our criminal investigators, Mr. Stephen Woody. He's with our DA's office, Scott Cologne. Thank you.
All right, we've worked our way down to the general calendar. We have some special guests in the gallery that have an interest in a bill, and so I'm going to, without objection, I would like to advance on the calendar to item 90, House Bill 1179. Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that, and I'll recognize the Chairman of Military Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1179, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you remember, I introduced two gentlemen earlier in our introductions in the gallery, full bird colonel and a major of the Civil Air Patrol of the state of Mississippi. If you're not familiar with this organization, what they do is in dire needs and desperate times, they have aircraft. They have 6 at their disposal right now, and what they do, they get called up. They're a auxiliary branch of the United States Air Force, and with the colonel, he's the wing commander for the state. He gets the call, and a lot of these folks they're strictly volunteer until they get the mission called up. They flew a lot in Katrina. They flew a lot in the Deep Horizon oil spill. They fly a lot. Any Amber Alert, any elderly person comes up missing, a sheriff can call, and within a matter of a few hours, they've got a Cessna in the air. They're looking for these folks. Most of their missions are about a day and a half. Unusual to go very much further than that. But what we're doing in this committee sub of House Bill 1179, we're asking our state agencies only, not any civilian factories or anything like that. We're asking our state agencies only to allow these folks the latitude that maybe the Mississippi National Guard has. If they get called up for a 1-day or 2-day mission, that they can go without any kind of repercussions at work and get that excused. And like I said, all this is answered to the U.S. Air Force, so it's all on federal orders. So all we're doing in this, if you'll look on line 56 of the committee sub, is just saying people who participate in the state Civil Air Patrol, administrative leave, no more than 6 days in a 6-month period, is deemed to be an employee for the state worker as a state worker. And basically, Mr. Speaker, that's all that does. The private sector is not included in this bill. We're just doing the state agencies. I'll yield any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1179. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Jump from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to hold a bill on a motion to reconsider.
Yes, sir.
Item 7 of the probation calendar, House Bill 1408.
Okay, we can do that. Any other announcement before we break? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Mitawamba, Mr. Bell, for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess to 1 p.m.
How about 2? How about 2 p.m.? There you go. All right. Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. House in recess till 2. Excuse me. Please let the House come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, lady from Jones, Ms. Robinson, did you have something? Okay, your light was on, I just wondered. Jim from Rankin, Mr. Yancey, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
In the North Gallery, I'd like to recognize four of our finest from Rankin County: Jeffrey Welborn, the Fire Chief for City of Flowood; Daniel Cross, Supervisor, District 2 and at the Fire Academy; Scott Berry, the Reservoir Fire Chief; and Josh Wells, Assistant Fire Chief at the Reservoir. Glad to have you guys. Help me make them welcome.
Jim from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order, please. Also in the North Gallery, we have Oxford's finest mayor, Robin Tannehill. Please make her feel welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was informed during the lunch hour, as you heard earlier today, the lady from Jones, Ms. Robinson, was able to bring home the victory for us yesterday. I'm informed that 50 years ago, she also won. So she's kind of professional at what she did last night, and nobody really knew that. And now we know. So she's going to be our official designated cow shower from now on. You can put that on your resume. There is a photograph floating around of her from 50 years ago and one from last night. So it's very interesting to see. I would encourage you to find that photo and look at it. It's pretty neat. Jim from Rankin, Mr. Shanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everybody stand up, Kennedy. This is my cousin, Kennedy Guest, and he's down here visiting with us, and he's got a bunch of his friends who are all from Mississippi State University. Just give him a round of applause.
Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it's my pleasure to introduce our doctor of the day, Dr. Laura Miller, who is with Hattiesburg Clinic. She's actually at the Prentice Family Practice Clinic. She's also was the first class of the Mississippi Rural Physicians Scholarship Program, and so we're really glad to have her today, and we would like to thank her for her service and welcome to the Capitol.
Jim from the show, Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the South Gallery up there in the white shirt, believe it or not, it's my barber who does such a fine job with my hair, Benny Lee Atkins from Philadelphia, Mississippi. Welcome, Benny Lee.
All right. We will return to the calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to go back to the appropriations calendar. Vice Chairman had a couple of amendments. He needed to put in a couple of bills, so I'm going to recognize him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to House Bill 1425 and reconsider the vote by which that bill was passed for the purpose of the
motion is to reconsider the vote by which it passed. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Bill's back for the House. You have an amendment, gentlemen. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just simply adds a reverse repealer to the bill, and that's all it does.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now the bill, open the machine. Madam Clerk, question recurs on House Bill 1425. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to House Bill 1427. I also like to reconsider the vote by which that bill was passed for the purpose of amendment.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Bill is back before the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just simply adds a reverse repealer to that bill, and that's all.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. You favor the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 1427. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. We will now return to the general calendar. Item number 1. Judge B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item number 1, House Bill 1139. Call it up, make the usual motion, and the committee sub as well.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
You're recognized.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, amendment to this would be basically the bill would only apply to any municipality in which Highway 6 and Highway 7 intersect and in which a university is located. There's one area of the state that has gotten kind of a pilot program and a grant allowing them to help them with some DUI interdiction programs. That's what this is about. The bill would allow for a warrant or signature utilized by the judicial branch of a state government for violation of an implied consent law. The DUI law shall not be denied legal effect or enforceability solely because it is in electronic form. Again, this only affects one city in the state. They have a pilot program and some grant. They say they need this language to help them fulfill that, to effectuate that grant. So that's an explanation of the amendment and the bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Well, you mean the substitute, gentlemen? There was no amendment. Okay, I'm with you. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1139. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if you would, I'd like to have item number 2 just read for the third time, and I'll skip it and ask that it remain its place on the calendar.
Okay, we will have that bill read the third time. Any objection to leaving it where it is? I don't hear any. We'll go to item 3, public health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3, House Bill number 733. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Alcorn?
Gentleman from Alcorn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 733. It is, I believe everyone has an idea about what this bill does. Basically, it has two components to it. It has some language for 340B entities and some language that allows for reimbursement costs to go to a level consistent with those reimbursements paid to Medicaid. I want to read you a letter from someone that from an organization in North Mississippi that represents 7 different counties. Those counties would be Benton, Prentiss, Alcorn, Union, Lafayette, Tippah, Tishomingo. Section 2 is where we're talking about 340B language, which allows for people a non-discriminatory practice among the PBM. Section 2 would help alleviate the practice of drug manufacturers restricting access to 340B drug programs by limiting delivery options on certain medications. Because of these limitations, certain drugs, most notably insulin, can only be delivered to one location per 340B entity, and in our case, to our in-house pharmacy in Ashland. As we have clinics located in 7 Northeast Mississippi counties, this creates a hardship and sometimes delays for our patients. If the bill were to pass in its current form, it would help eliminate those hardships and delays and allow our patients to promptly pick up their life-saving medications at their local hometown pharmacy. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill is about that. The bill is about people. The bill is about helping our Mississippians get access to care and access to their prescriptions. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. I know I've asked some other questions earlier and you've answered those. I do have a couple of questions that have come up. The $11.29 fee. Now, who are we allowing to charge this fee?
The 1129 is let me get my notes, is a dispensary that's I believe Medicaid set that amount. And CMS, which is Medicaid, has approved that amount, 1129. That fee is set by them. You know, you got the NADAC, the national database there that has a fee, and then they have this 1129. That's who sets that.
But, so this is a fee that the pharmacist charges the customer?
It's a dispensing fee that would be that they can't be reimbursed for less than that fee.
So
right now, those pharmacies are being reimbursed at less than that dispensing fee. We're telling the PBMs they cannot reimburse them at less than that. And that fee has been approved by CMS for Medicaid patients.
But this is not just Medicaid patients, and this would then apply to all drugs that are being dispensed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My one other question that I didn't ask earlier that I thought of, just this weekend, I signed up for Amazon Pharmacy. How does this affect Amazon Pharmacy?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. As far as they're still going to be, your question is how would it affect Amazon? I don't understand that question. I mean, Amazon is
it's a pharmacy that I'm going to use, but it's not located in Mississippi. So does any of my question is now then if this does, and I believe this has the potential to raise prices for drugs to me and everyone else, but does this legislation affect Amazon Pharmacy at all, or a pharmacy not located in Mississippi?
No, it doesn't. The bill itself does not address any type of mail-in, online type of pharmacies.
So I guess my fear on this, and I want your opinion on this, is that if this does then raise prices, it's going to drive people to online pharmacies.
I don't think that's going to be the case. I think people are still going to go to their local pharmacies. I understand what you're saying, but again, people have said and told us basically even on the PBM that we did a couple years ago that prices were going to rise, and that hasn't been the case. And I know that there's this same legislation passed in Arkansas, and over there the prices haven't raised either. So I know I hear people saying price is going to raise, price is going to go up, but in practicality, we don't live in a vacuum. Who knows? 3 years ago, if you'd have told me that the United States would have shut down, I wouldn't have believed that. But we don't live in a vacuum, so I can't predict that. All I can say is what the precedent has shown, and the precedent in both other states and on the bill that we passed a couple years ago has not indicated that the prices will go up.
And I appreciate that. And I've told you earlier, I believe this whole system of PBMs, I kind of hate being on their side because they're not particularly good entities. But I am fearful that what we're trying to do is actually going to hurt the people we're trying to help, because it's going to drive people to out-of-state pharmacies. So I appreciate your answers. And I appreciate you very much.
Gentleman from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, could you explain, maybe I always get these calls from a lot of people that talk about how their diabetes medicine is, they can't afford it for $700 and $800 prescriptions and stuff like that. Can you explain how some of these 340B programs have helped those kind of people?
Yeah, it allows them to just get it at a reduced rate if they're within that class of people who qualify, and they have a 340B entity in their area who then has a contract with maybe a 340B, either in-house pharmacy or local pharmacy. It just helps them to get it at a cheaper rate.
helps it where they can afford it and be healthy, and it saves them money. And we heard the questions about the jargon, I guess, about how it's going to hurt small-town pharmacists, but don't all the small-town pharmacists endorse this bill?
No, I think this bill helps your small-town pharmacists, as does your rural hospitals. I think this helps them out tremendously, and also can possibly help this whole pharmacy desert that we have.
And I think the more people that know about these 340B programs, and you probably agree with me, that are on diabetic medication, it'll help answer some of the problems that we've had in the past.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Well, gentlemen,
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, I just want to find out from you, is the state of Mississippi's Medicaid program required to adopt the national average drug acquisition cost?
Your question is, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear all of it. Your question is the state of Mississippi Medicaid...
Are they required to adopt the NADAC?
The NADAC, yes, ma'am.
When did they get required to adopt that?
That I can't answer, but maybe I can get you an answer. 2017, I'm told.
Okay, they adopted it in 2017, but was the state required to adopt it?
That's my understanding that they were.
Okay, and so can I add, why would CMS require the state of Mississippi to adopt this acquisition cost, which tripled the dispensing fee? Because as you know, the dispensing fee was only $3, $3.
I can't answer why they did that, other than that was what they did.
Do we know what the cost to the Medicaid program, with this escalation of this dispensing fee being almost 3 times as much as it originally had been?
Yeah, I don't know that answer, and the bill doesn't speak to that. I mean, the bill is just talking about the reimbursement, so that's all that I've prepared to present to you, is what the reimbursement rate is. I don't know that. I'll be happy to you and I try to find out when the chairman of Medicaid gets back to ask him.
And then my final question, your rural pharmacies that are located in your rural health clinics and in your federally qualified health centers, will this bill affect them in any way?
Positively affect, like the letter that I read.
Can you articulate?
Well, the letter I just read to you, that was from a North Mississippi Primary Health Care up in Benton. That's exactly what they said. It's going to make their access more available to people. The people are not going to have to go to one pharmacy that may be 35 miles down the road or an hour away. They may have a pharmacy right next to their back door that they can get their stuff for. And also that the deliveries, right now what they're having a problem with in Ashland is delivery happens one day a week. If that medication is gone, that person's out of luck till the next week. So that will make it a more access and have more availability for their prescriptions to be there.
And then where they're dispensing, I'm for them, I'm not against them, but we all know that there are drugs that are being dispensed that don't cost as much as the dispensing fee. And so I asked the question in public health, could we get the amount of monies that it was costing the state for this particular dispensing fee? Because you would agree, gentlemen, that drug costs is a cost in Medicaid that escalates each and every year, right? You're aware of that, right?
I think that's a fair assessment, and I'll commit to you. I don't know the answer to that, but I'll try to find out for you, okay?
Well, I would appreciate that, gentlemen, because I had asked in the committee, and we would just like to know how much that is. I don't expect.
Jim Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
All right, the gentleman yields the floor. Question now occurs on House Bill 733. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. The vote of 92 yeas and 20 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to go to item number 4, HCR number 39, and call the resolution up.
Yeah, you're recognized to explain the resolution.
Okay, I'm going to pass it off to the gentleman from Alcorn.
Gentleman from Alcorn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Concurrent Resolution 39. This is the initiative process. As all of you are aware, the Supreme Court ruled ours unconstitutional back, I guess, in last year at some point, and this is an attempt to bring that into constitutional compliance. What the bill does is it creates an initial process that can only make statutory changes. I want to make that perfectly clear. You cannot amend the Constitution through this process. You can only amend the statutes. Now, what's important about that is this is an initiative process that will have to be voted on by the people this next November to amend the Constitution to allow them an initiative process to amend state law. That's how that works. The bill cannot do anything by statute that the Constitution would prohibit. Appropriations cannot be made through the initiative process. Initiative measures shall be restricted to one single subject matter, but you can have up to 5 measures on the ballot. If the measures would cause a reduction in the amount of state funds available for expenditure, by the legislature to fall below the amount of state funds appropriated for most recent fiscal year, it would require reallocation from existing programs. The sponsor of the initiative shall identify where that funds come from. An initiative petition must, within a 12-month period, have signatures of qualified electors equal to 12% of the votes cast for all candidates of governor in the last gubernatorial election. Signatures gathered from one congressional district can be no more than the district's proportionate share of all signatures. What that means is if say Congressional District 1 required 25,000 signatures, anything above and over those 25,000 would not be counted. It stops there. The Secretary of State certifies the initiative more than not if the Secretary of State certifies the initiative more than 90 days of a statewide general election, it goes on that election. If it does not happen more than 90 days, it would go on to the next election. The measure must get a majority of votes cast on the initiative and not less than 40% of votes cast in the election. Initiative measures that would be considered revenue measures under the joint legislative rules must get 60% of the votes cast on the measure, 40% of the votes cast in the election. If it fails, it cannot be represented on a ballot for 2 years. The initiative measures do not require the signature of the governor to become law. It's important to know that these measures are essentially a bill, just like we have, except it doesn't require that portion. They're codified just like the legislature would do. Here's something that I want you to pay attention to. The statutes that are enacted by initiatives cannot be changed by the legislature short of an emergency affecting the public peace, the health, safety, or financial solvency of the state as declared by 2/3 of the vote of the legislature. If that occurs, the legislature can change it within 2 years. Otherwise, the legislature has to wait 2 years before it can change. The Secretary of State must implement a searchable electronic database on its website, allowing names of people who signed it. And then the last portion of it just deletes the current measures of language that have to do with the Constitution via the initiative measure. So basically, you're talking about it's an initiative process allowing you only to change state law and the state code. You would not have a constitutional amendment. Also, there is not an alternative that would be placed on the ballot with the initiative. So that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, or the resolution.
Questions? Jim from Tallahatchie. Mr. Reynolds.
Gentleman from Alcorn, I was here.
I believe it.
34 years ago, I believe, when we passed this under the first year of the Ford administration. Put a Ford in your future.
Yeah.
And gentlemen, are you aware that this is probably more similar to what we started out with, but it took us 4 tries to get it, and the gentleman from Lafayette, Ed Perry, finally brought it over the line, but this is actually more straightforward, and this would actually conform to what that attempt was more than anything we've done so far. Are you aware of that?
Again, I will take your word for it.
And gentlemen, this would bring us in line with most of the states in the nation on this process, and it would be a process, if we drop down to 3 congressional districts, as some of them are predicting, this next time, this wouldn't be discomfort. The process would not be discomforted by us going to 3, would it?
I do not believe so. I think this would resolve the issues that the Supreme Court had.
All right, good job.
Any further questions? Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you.
Only if you got me a hat.
I got one for you, brother. Look, you made mention about the 25,000 signatures.
And that was arbitrarily taken, but yes.
Okay, so
I don't know how much that number would be. I just use that as an example.
Okay, so if let's just say it is 25,000, and you come in with 27,000 signatures, those 2,000 will not be counted, correct?
They would not. They would once the Secretary of State got to make sure that's correct, but they wouldn't be counted for the. In other words, you couldn't roll that over to another district.
Okay, so my next question is, if you have those 25,000 said signatures, and 1,000 get thrown out, that kills the initiative, correct?
Unless 25 was all you needed, yes, it would kill it for that particular. I understand what you're saying now. Yes, if you had 25,000 and 1,000 got thrown out, you would have to go find another 1,000.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Gentlemen, can you tell me how many times has the Mississippi State Constitution been amended by initiative? I'm trying to find it.
I'm told 3.
And can you give us those 3 instances, please?
He tells me voter ID, eminent domain, and medical marijuana. I seem to think maybe there was one in there for hunters' rights or something, but for the most part, it's 3 or 4.
That's
okay, all right. I'm told that was done by us. Okay, so the initiative were those 3 that I mentioned: the medical marijuana, eminent domain, and whatever the other one was I said. Voter ID.
Voter ID. Okay, so I guess my question to you is, if the people were to see something in this Constitution that they wanted to address, if we adopt this initiative and referendum, they would not be able to address a constitutional change, would they?
They only could do that through their members of the legislature.
Only through the members, only if...
There's the same amendment process in terms of the legislature.
For the alternative.
Okay. The legislature process could still go forward, yes.
Okay, for the alternative.
No. There's not going to be an alternative. I'm saying...
But it's the same process as we use for the alternative, whenever we had an alternative.
No, the only process, what I'm saying is the only other way to amend the Constitution would be by an act of the legislature.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The Constitution Committee brings...
Right? That's right. That's right. Okay. Go ahead.
They bring it...
There's not, I want to be perfectly clear, there is not an alternative measure that would be placed on the ballot with this.
Yes. Under this measure, if we adopt this, it would just be what we pass in here, and then the citizens could reject that or accept it.
It would be like the hunters' rights.
Okay, so then my last question is, on the voter ID, did we have significant participation from the citizens when that change came?
Before my time and before I was really paying attention to much of anything other than law school, but I would imagine that there was enough to get it on, there's enough to get it on the ballot, which would indicate to me that people were pretty involved and engaged about it.
And so, and it was through the 5 congressional districts. And so the people thought that they were going about this in the right way, correct?
They were going about it in the way that they had been told to do it.
And since the Supreme Court has struck down the initiative for medical marijuana, there has been an outcry of dissatisfaction out there by the citizens about the initiative process. You would agree to that?
I would think, and that's what we're trying to fix, to give them, because right now they have nothing. Right now they have no way other than by voting for you, voting for me, and sending us down here to be their voice. That's the only way they have to make a law or to change the Constitution. This is the only way that they would have going forward, because right now they have nothing.
But on the marijuana initiative, and it's dead, and we know that, but on the marijuana initiative, the people had specific things that they wanted addressed, and it was to be placed in the Constitution. And when we got a chance, would you not agree, to do it statutorily, there were 3 or 4 issues that we passed statutorily that the citizens actually voted for constitutionally. That's true, isn't it?
That's right, and like I said earlier, things don't happen in a vacuum. Things change. Even if that would have passed, there might have been something down the road that needed to be tweaked that we couldn't do about. So yes, you're exactly right. This allows us a little bit more control when even unforeseen things may happen.
And so if we, can you tell us what to tell the citizens when we go back? Why we, if this passes, why we would not allow them, because they thought that we were coming up here to just tweak this to address the legislative districts. That's what the people actually think that we're up here doing, but really we're doing something completely different. So can you explain to us what the upside is for this?
I think what you tell your people is this bill allows for us to change statutory law, which is a little easier than the Constitution, and I think it allows us not to be leveraged by political whims of the day. Okay, not to be leveraged by something that's popular today, but it's not popular tomorrow, but yet if it's in the Constitution, we're stuck with it. So this allows us a little bit more range, if you will, as a state to guard against maybe events that are popular now but won't be in the future.
But if you're in the minority, and this is my last question, if you're in the minority, here in this body puts you at more of a disadvantage than being able to go through the initiative process as it was before, if you're in the minority. Is that not correct?
I think everybody...
Because it does take few, so that, I mean, you know...
I mean, I don't understand that, but...
Well, 2/3 of this legislature, if this passes, 2/3 of this legislature can nearly about do anything, right, statutorily, as it relates to the Constitution.
As it relates to this, only if the 3 factors are met can you do that. Now, after two years, it doesn't take 2/3, right? After 2 years, it only takes a simple majority to change.
Lord, have mercy. Wow. Okay, gentlemen. I'll be on the plantation now.
I recognize the gentleman from the shore, Mr. Bounds, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will indulge me again in the South Gallery, please welcome the President of my Community Development Partnership, Mr. David Bible. Good to see you, Coach.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, you stated that the legislature can come back in 2 years and declare a public emergency.
No. In order to change it within 2 years, they've got to declare, I'll read it to you, they've got to show that their statutes enacted by initiative cannot be changed by the legislature for 2 years except in the event of an emergency affecting the public peace, health, safety, or the financial solvency of the state, as declared by 2/3 vote of both houses.
And do you know any other state that allows that?
Did we get that? I don't know of any specifically, but I'm told that most of them have something similar to that.
Okay. And This would still have to be voted by the people, is that
Yes.
correct?
This resolution would go on the ballot and be voted by the people in November.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Octavia Hall, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
I just got a couple of questions. Can you tell me why it's required to have the fiscal note component on this?
Make sure that the state can afford. We don't want an initiative come up to become state law that doesn't make, that we don't know what's going to cost the state or that we can't afford. If somebody gets the votes up and they have something, we're going to have to cut it from somewhere, so we need to know what the cost is going to be.
And also,
like any other need for a fiscal note.
Well, but isn't this the first time that's been required in order to have a ballot initiative to have the fiscal note presented?
I think they did that I think that it was on there for medical marijuana, if I remember right. Yeah, no, it's a common practice.
Okay. And I guess my biggest fear is that this process will actually, whether purposefully or unintentionally, really end the ballot initiative process.
I have a hard time believing that. I can appreciate what you're saying, but I think people want an initiative process, and the only difference here really and truly is it's statutory instead of constitutional.
Okay. And listen, I've never studied constitutional law. Could you tell me how the ballot initiative process even came about and what's it's for?
I think the gentleman from Tallahatchie kind of told us that, but
nobody listens to.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. As far as the ballot, your question is how did it come about? I think it was just that, to give people a right to give them a voice. Now, it's my personal opinion, they try to do the Constitution to make it so hard that people wouldn't have a voice. I think we're making it easier for people to have a voice.
So the initial intent is to give people a voice.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing today is limiting the voice?
No, we're actually, they can have up to 5 measures on a ballot that affects state law. I think they have just as much voice as they did with the Constitution. The issue here is just, like I said, it allows for things that may not occur that were not thought of. When you put something in the Constitution, we can't go back and change it here absent the steps of passing an onerous burden among the votes. So I think here they get a chance to have their voice with the statutes, putting into the code, allowing them to change, and then we have the ability to, just like any law, to oversee it, to be accountable to the taxpayers and the voters about that. And then if we need to make a change going ahead, we make a change going ahead.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McCray.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. As all of you know, I have an initiative out there right now for 10 days of early voting. And the Secretary of State gave me to go ahead to collect all my signatures until June of this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will my initiative go on the ballot next year, or will it cancel out when I got to start over again?
Now, your initiative, first off, would have to be statutory law. If, like I said, the Secretary of State gets everything he needs within 90 days of the general election. So the general election is November. So if he gets everything by August that he needs, and you've got all your signatures and everything's in compliance, it would go on that November election. If it's not, and he can't certify it within that 90 days, it would have to go on to the next year's election. That doesn't mean you have to do anything different. It's just the time for him.
Yes, but the initiative that I started is going to be constitutional, not statute.
We do not have that anymore in this state, a constitutional way to amend the Constitution.
According to the paperwork that I did, my initiative would go into the Constitution.
Not if this passes.
That's what I want to know, not if this passes. So that means that I would have to start over again.
That I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know if you'd have to start over again. It depends on, maybe you could just make one
But can you
change.
find out for
Being
me?
statutory, but I'll be more than happy to see and talk with people to find that out for you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I don't want you to do double work if you don't have to.
Because I can stop getting signature if so.
I understand. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, thank you.
Jim from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I tried to read this, but I trust what you're telling me more than I trust what I'm reading right now. Does this allow us as a legislature to offer alternative amendments as happened in the past few years?
Like we did in the past, no.
Okay.
Like, for example, there was a 65 and maybe 65A. There would not be 65A. We could not offer an alternative.
Okay. And the other question is, I think I understand this, but I want to make sure.
And some of that, and the reason I think behind that is because we're going to have the ability to look at it going forward.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
If I tell you it makes sense to me, you might need to worry about it, but nevertheless, I think it does. One other question, as it stands right now, we have no way other than through this legislature and through this Constitutional Committee to amend the Constitution.
That's correct.
And when if and when this is passed, we still will have no other way but that to amend the Constitution, right?
That's correct. But the people have zero way at this point to have a say other than electing us.
So this at least is certainly better than nothing.
That's right.
I'm not trying to put it that way, but
At least
I just want to make
gives the
sure I
people-
understand.
At least gives the people a citizen initiative process which they currently do not have.
Okay. Thank you.
Jim from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
A question, and then I have amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you told the lady from DeSoto that if this passes, then her initiative wouldn't go into effect. But the truth of the matter is, given the Supreme Court ruling, depending on how an initiative is written, this won't stop it, that would stop it. Am I correct?
Yes.
So if she wants an initiative process, even though this may not be a good one, might be the best one, this would be the one.
Yes.
I just don't want people to I don't want her to think that somehow if you pass this, that means hers is dead.
No, absolutely not. I don't want her to think that either.
Okay. All right. I have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, these amendments are relatively short, and I'll read them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You got me. You got it, sir.
4.
All right. We'll take them one at a time.
Okay. Amendment number 1. Actually, I have the clerk. She sounds better reading them than I do. I have the clerk read.
Madam Clerk.
Number 1. Yeah.
She loves reading them.
Amendment number 1 by Representative Johnson. Amend on line 108 before the by inserting the following. The approval of the ballot title and ballot summary of the measure shall be decided in the first instance by the Secretary of State in consultation with the Attorney General. Amend further on line 111 after the word cases by inserting the following. Add after cases in this section. Amend the title to conform.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, first caveat is that I think having an initiative bill is a good thing. We need to have one. I think people request one, and I think they're owed one. So I'm glad we have one. But this is just an effort to try to tighten up the language, tighten up the bill, and I think offer some protections to make it a better bill. I've shared it with the chairman. He's taken some time to look at it. He may say he doesn't support it. I don't know what he's going to say, but I want everybody to know I have shared them with the chairman. So what I'm doing in this amendment, the only thing that I'm doing is, it says that The petition shall be decided in the first instance by the Secretary of State. All I'm adding is he has to do it in consultation with somebody from the Attorney General's office. I just feel like we're making these drastic changes. We're getting away from doing it in the Constitution. And I don't care who the Attorney General is, may not be the person I want right now, but I think going forward, having two people, having two opinions on reviewing these signatures on the petitions, I think is a good thing, a better protection, and doesn't leave it to the sole discretion of one of our statewide office holders. That's all it does.
All right, I don't see any questions. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Appreciate your amendment, gentleman, but we need a little more time on it. Be glad to work with you in conference on it, but for right now, I would oppose this amendment.
Okay, recognize the author to close.
Mr. Speaker, only if there are any questions, I would move passage of the amendment.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine. Oh, excuse me. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, the noes have it. Second Amendment.
Second Amendment, I'll read it. It strikes, you got it? Strike paragraph 5, line 68 through 87.
Madam Clerk, you're recognized to read the amendment.
Amendment number 2 by Representative Johnson. Amend by deleting lines 68 through 87 in their entirety.
This is this language, this is what it does. So you have people like the lady from DeSoto has an initiative that she's getting signatures for, and what she is doing is promoting an idea, a concept, an issue that she wants to get addressed, and she wants people to have a voice and opportunity to do that. What this section says is that if she does that, she has to be able to tell them how much it's going to cost. And so other than the fact that we're here and have access to the Legislative Budget Office and all of that information, regular citizens, even though it's their office too, it makes it difficult for them to go out and get involved in a process where we allege, when we pass a bill like this, we're alleging that we're giving individual citizens an independent voice, an opportunity to get out and have their say if we don't do something here at the legislature. But when you put a burden on them where you say, look, if you're going to do this, I need to know if it's going to cost us too much money. And so that's just too much. If you think, if anybody in the legislature or anybody who the legislature advises on an initiative issue or on any issue, if there's information that says that it costs too much, then campaign against the initiative. Go out and speak against the initiative. Discourage people from taking the signatures, but don't put that burden of coming up with that kind of number that they may not understand, they may not understand the impact of it to that citizen. Let that be given to the will of the people, and the people who are opposed to it, if that happens to be us, happens to be you, the governor, whoever it is, let them go out and campaign against it on the basis that you have numbers that say it'll cost us too much. But don't make it prohibitive for people when you say you're giving them a free and open process, and you take something like this and put this kind of burden on them. So I just think it's overburdensome, and I don't think it's fair, and I think it's a little bit misleading. So I would ask that you adopt the amendment.
You're for a question, gentlemen. Lady from Jones has a question.
Yes.
Now, gentlemen, when we did the Initiative 65,
yes,
the Mississippi House of Representatives and the Mississippi State Senate, they agreed on this 65 alternative, right?
That's right.
And so when they did they offer a fiscal note?
No, they did
in
not.
the initiative?
No, they did not.
Well, did they have access to the budget committee so they could have gotten how much it would cost?
Yes, ma'am, they absolutely did.
Had access to the state economist?
Yes, and I say they, we did. As a legislature,
We had access, and we had access to anybody that could have told us how much E65A would cost, right?
That's exactly right.
But we elected not to do that.
Right.
And under those rules and regulations, they could do it, right?
That's exactly right.
And it was still on the ballot, right?
That's exactly right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Right.
I don't see any further questions. Recognize the chairman to respond.
Again, gentlemen, we can discuss this in conference, but for right now, I ask that we oppose this amendment.
All right, recognize the author to close. He does not wish to. Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it, the noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There's sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 43 yeas, 75 nays. Amendment fails. Next amendment. You recognize, gentlemen.
I'd ask the clerk to read the amendment.
Madam Clerk, you recognize. Read the amendment.
Amendment number 3 by Representative Johnson. Amend on line 130 by striking the word "that." Amend further by striking the language at lines 130 through 132 under the joint rules of the legislature in existence on the day that the initiative petition is filed, and insert in lieu thereof if the text of the measure imposed a new tax or increases on existing tax rate, and amend the title to conform.
Okay, again, the initiative process is a citizens process. It's one that lay people take advantage of. And what we're doing in this bill is listen now, what the bill says is that in order to be approved, an initiative measure must receive a majority of the votes cast thereon and not less than 40% of the total votes cast at the election at which the initiative measure was submitted. However, and this is the part that you can imagine just an everyday citizen out there trying to get ballots, they got to understand that an initiative measure that would be considered as a revenue bill. Now, how many people that vote for you that you see every day know what a revenue bill is? How would they know that? There are a few people, a few lawyers, a few people who former legislators, but why would you put language in there and hold people, everyday people, to an understanding of legislative procedure that they don't have any access to? So why don't we just make it plain? Don't make it a revenue bill. All my amendment does is say, and this is easy for people to understand, if the text of the measure imposes a new tax or raises a tax. Everybody understands what a tax is. Everybody know when you raise tax. They would know that. They would understand that. But why would you put in there and require them to understand that whether or not it's a revenue bill? Hell, I don't have the time. I got to go ask somebody up here, is it a revenue bill? If I don't see it up there that says 3/5 vote, I don't know it's a revenue bill. And I think I'm kind of smart. I knew a few things. So, you know, I just think it's a little bit unfair, and I think it's a little bit overburdensome. Again, imposing too much of a burden on people when you're telling them you're giving them the freedom to have a voice that they otherwise wouldn't have. So I would ask you to adopt the amendment.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Gentlemen, I agree that you are a smart man, but I want to ask that we oppose this amendment.
All right, author wish to close? Does not. Question now occurs on Amendment 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 42 yeas, 78 nays, the amendment fails. Next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the clerk please read the amendment?
Amendment number 4 by Representative Johnson. Amend on line 168 by inserting the following language after the word voting. If any emergency is declared by the legislature, a voter may appeal that determination to the Mississippi Supreme Court. The court shall allow members of the public 10 days to offer the comment on the subject. After the period for public comment, the court shall hear the appeal of the voter or voters. The legislature shall have the burden of proof when demonstrating why the emergency is true. The measure in question shall remain in effect until the court issues its ruling. Amend the title to conform.
Thank you. Again, this is just another measure to make it more citizen-friendly, that's all. So we giving you freedom to have your voice, to have an initiative, to put something on a ballot, to tell people, the legislature in Jackson didn't do what we needed them to do, we're going to do something. And then you take it from them. You declare an emergency on these grounds, that if they find that it affects the public peace, health, safety, or financial solvency of the state. I mean, all of those are subjective opinions, you know, could be political opinions, could be a political leaning that the legislature has, and that's how they feel about this initiative process. So they make a decision, and, you know, quite frankly, you know, even though just a handful of you are friends of mine on the other side, but two-thirds of you could decide that something the lady from DeSoto is putting on a ballot could meet one of these criteria, simply because it's a subjective idea. That's all it is. There, two-thirds of the people, the way I understand the process works now, go into a caucus and decide, now we're going to declare this an emergency, so we're going to change it. I just don't think, I think it's misleading to tell the public that you're giving them access, giving them freedom, giving them an opportunity to exercise their ability to make a change in their government, a change in something that in policy. And then you turn around and say, but if we don't like it, we got 5 or 6 grounds we can find a reason to declare an emergency and overturn it. I just think I don't want to be a part of saying that's what that we're giving it and taking it away. I just don't want to be a part of that. And so all I suggest to you is that stays in there under my amendment. It stays there. But what I have is for the people who voted, passed something, had it put into statute, that we take it away from them, they have an opportunity to appeal the decision of two-thirds of the legislature to the Supreme Court. And they have an opportunity to have a public comment. You continue to involve the public, continue to give them due process. That we don't just take it away. We don't just absolutely take it away. We say, look, that was our decision, but if you don't agree with what we say, you can appeal it to the Supreme Court and they can make a decision. You know, that may not actually be such a bad idea for this body. Well, maybe it will, given the latest Supreme Court rulings. But anyway, that's all it does. It gives people an opportunity to have due process, to have the right to an appeal of a decision of the Mississippi State Legislature, and that's all it does.
All right, I recognize the chairman to respond.
Okay, gentlemen, I'll probably work with you on that one in conference, but for right now, I'm going to ask that you oppose this amendment.
You got a lot of work to do in conference there, Mr. Gentleman from Adams. You got a lot of work to do in conference.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. That may mean I get on a conference report for the first time in about 5 years, so that may be okay. Okay, I would just ask you to support the amendment, and I'd ask you to stand for a roll call vote. Thank you.
All right, question occurs on Amendment 4. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Noes have it, noes have it. There's enough. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 46 yeas, 73 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Question now recurs on House Concurrent Resolution 39. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 26 nays, the resolution is adopted. Jim from Washington. Yes, sir.
Order. I thought that was a two-thirds vote, and the machine showed a majority. So, which is it? Is it two-thirds?
It is a two-thirds, gentlemen. It is a two-thirds.
Yeah. All right, but the machine showed a majority.
Well, Madam Clerk, she's asleep at the wheel down there. What are you doing, Madam Clerk? Well, the vote was sufficient, nevertheless.
I don't think so.
Was it not? Clerk says with 91 votes, that's be more than a two-thirds.
All right.
We'll check it and make sure. Gentlemen, the vote sheet shows 91 for, 26 against, so that is well beyond the 2/3 vote. All right, next item, county affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1069.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will require the Chancellor Clerk to maintain a hard copy, a book format, or digital format of any lien that arises against real property as a result of a county's assessment of unpaid fees for garbage or rubbish. And I have an amendment.
Any questions? Well, you got an amendment. You recognize for your amendment.
Thank you. The amendment puts a reverse repealer in this bill.
Any question? I don't see any. In favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move final adoption.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1069. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 9 nays, bill passes. Next item. Corrections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 6, House Bill 936, and advance the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
You're recognized.
The amendment adds a reverse repealer to the bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is advance the last year's bill that we included Department of Corrections' ability to provide hospice care on the grounds of Department of Corrections, and also moves forward the House position that authorizes specialty care facilities for paroled inmates throughout the state. For those individuals that have received parole, they've been granted parole, have nowhere to go, and may have a debilitating condition, authorizes Department of Corrections and the Parole Board to provide, designate 3 facilities in each Public Service Commission area for that purpose. It also defines medically frail individuals in the bill, and authorizes Mississippi Department of Corrections with the Department, the State Board of Health, to set out the rules and regulations for specialty care facilities. Does not have any CON language, and I've represented to the once gentle lady from Lincoln that I will not adopt any CON language, which was the Senate position last year. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 936. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 7, House Bill 616, and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Hines to handle the next two bills.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 616 is a very simple bill. It just has revises the municipal Menace property law by amending section 21-19-11, Mississippi Code 1972 by authorizing municipalities to secure and board up abandoned, dilapidated buildings once the property has been adjudicated a menace to the and the property owner has failed to clean the menace property. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions? Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim and you.
I guess so.
I'm friend, not foe. So right now, is it not true that the municipality has to contact the individual on multiple occasions to get him a chance to fix this problem?
Yes, gentlemen.
And I guess my question is, what is the cost to the city or municipality constantly have to do this over and over again? Are you aware of the cost of that?
I'm not sure about the cost of this one, but I think this pretty much clarifies where if there's something that's $250 or less, $250 or less, but also the size of the lot, I think it's an acre or less, that the city can go ahead and just do this. There still has to be some contact to the property owner, but this is basically just all it's saying is basically that the cities can go ahead and board up the property. Because right now, there was some language that said they cannot board up the property, so this just kind of clarifies that it can be boarded up.
So they can't just go on and demolish the property and take away the nuisance out of the community, period?
Not in this language, not in this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Gentleman Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen, there is language in here that allows them, the city, to, by cutting grass, weeds, filling cisterns, securing abandoned or dilapidated materials, and I think that would mean, obviously, removal of dilapidated materials. At some point in the process, would you object or would you consider adding language that would allow counties to assist cities in so doing? It wouldn't cost anything, it'd be voluntary on both parts, and could perhaps say, allow the little towns that don't have the resources to avail themselves of counties who had more resources. Would you consider that in the process?
Yes, I would consider that. Just like the gentleman from Rankin, we can consider that in conference.
Maybe a little bit more consideration than that, gentlemen, or we could do an amendment.
All right. Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders. Passes. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, do you yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
So does secure mean to purchase?
No.
Okay. And there's obviously cost associated with this. Is there an effort to send that bill to where it's due?
Yes, we're still sending the bill to where it's due. It's just a way, like I said, just simple resolution to say that the cities can go ahead and board the property. I think there was some language in the existing bill that they could not board the property up. This just kind of clarifies that it can be secured.
So there's no transfer of ownership?
No, sir.
Gentleman Kemper, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
So if the city, say if there's 4 or 5 junk cars in the yard and the city gets them and sells them, can the city keep the money? Can they keep what they sell off the property?
I didn't hear the court say it again.
So if most yards have 3 or 4 junk cars and a bunch of old abandoned vehicles, can the city take them to the scrap yard and sell them and keep the money?
We don't address that in this bill, gentlemen.
Well, what are we gonna do with the cars if we clean it up? What's gonna happen to them?
To the cars?
Yeah, the cars. If you clean up the yard, you gotta get rid of all the junk in the yard if you're gonna clean it up.
I'm not sure about that, gentlemen, this bill.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question covers House Bill 616. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to call up House Bill 617 and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 617 is a good bill. It's a little bit long. Let me explain it. This authorizes municipalities to fully or partially waive any assessment caused by code violations. The waiver cannot benefit the property owner that caused the violations. The waiver can only benefit the prospective new owner. The waiver can only apply for the properties that the municipality cleaned by its own labor or contractors enacted to clear violations of the legal process. There will be an application process to do this. The application must include information about the redevelopment, the reuse, or improved maintenance of the property. The prospective owner must supply a recent appraisal of the property from a reputable real estate appraiser of the county tax or the county tax assessor. All approvals for the lien waiver are done on a conditional basis, and that's the explanation of this bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 617. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. There's everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call the bill up and make use of motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill number 939, this bill just extends the repeal by 3 years on a highly successful program. I appreciate the support of all the members last year in passing this legislation. It's been a really great program, and I look forward to working over the summer to those members who reached out to try to get this program done in their cities and in their areas as well. Yield for any questions.
Any questions on the bill?
Hearing none, move final passage.
Is this your first time to the well, gentlemen?
I'm sorry. No, it's my third.
Third time, okay. We didn't want to miss the opportunity. The gentleman from Bolivar had some questions he wanted to ask. All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 939. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item. Municipalities has got the next item.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 10, House Bill 1015, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
As many of you know, there's currently a state revolving loan fund that our municipalities can apply for funds to work on water and sewer systems throughout the state, and they borrow that money from the state, and then they are able to pay that money back at a low interest rate to do water and sewer projects. What House Bill 1015 does is it establishes a same fund. It establishes a $2 million fund for our municipalities to borrow money out of to clean blighted and abandoned properties. So for instance, a city might have a whole block of abandoned or blighted area that they need to clean up, and that municipality may not have it in their budget to do so. This just creates a fund at the state level they can borrow the money from and pay it back at a low interest rate over a period of time, and that's a simple explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Barton.
Gentleman,
Yes, sir.
is this just for municipalities or would counties also?
It is just municipalities currently, sir.
Okay. So, so they borrow the money and they clean the property up. Do they then put the cost of the cleanup, do they assess it back to the property taxes
That would be correct, just like they would if they went in and did it without borrowing the money. It would still be an assess to the property, just like it currently
Is there a
is.
cap? Is there a cap of any kind, or is it just whatever it costs?
They can only borrow the exact amount.
I mean, from the cleanup standpoint.
No, sir.
So there is no limit as to what, the county or the city could just go out and spend whatever they wanted to clean up.
If they want to put that on that lien on that property, I guess, yes, sir.
I guess my question is, under the old law, there was a cap. Okay, if you was going to clean a piece of property, you couldn't just go out there and spend $100,000 to clean up a $10,000 piece of property.
Sir. Yeah, but he's asking, is there a limit on it?
There is a cap, though.
Gentlemen, the council advised there is a $1,500 maximum on the cleanup, and that applies to this. None of that changes in this bill. This just establishes.
There is still a cap out there.
Yes, sir.
That's what I was asking.
Thank you for bringing that up. It does not change anything in the current law as far as cleanup. It just establishes a fund to borrow the money to do so. Thank you for bringing that up.
Jim from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the process of the order in which the loans will be processed? In other words, if City of Jackson has 30 dilapidated properties they need to take care of, and they submit them all at once, could they absorb a lot of the funds at one time, or is there a process for that?
Gentlemen, I assume it's just like the water and sewer projects on the revolving loan fund. It's first come, first served. So I would assume if Jackson jumped on it and applied first, I would assume, but I can't imagine them doing $2 million worth of cleanup. But that's a good point. But as far as I know, it's first come, first served.
Okay, would you consider a process that was equitable for smaller towns and to make sure they had a shot at the money so it wouldn't be absorbed all at once by bigger municipalities?
We can discuss some type of formula to assure that doesn't happen, but that's a good question.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Where are these funds coming from? Are these ARPA funds that we're utilizing here?
All I know, it would be a direct appropriate. It would be appropriated by the state. I don't think that would qualify for ARPA. It's not ARPA funding, no, sir.
All right, thank you.
Jim from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate what you're trying to do. What's the collateral for the low-interest loan?
I don't know. I'm not aware of any collateral, gentlemen. Just municipalities sign the loan. I'm sure it has to be spread on the minutes of the board meeting and the mayoral approval and all as a standard any other process, but I'm not aware of any collateral.
Well, is there a contract or an agreement? If the city doesn't pay it back, what happens?
Yes, sir. There'd be a contract, just like it's the same setup as the water and sewer revolving loan fund. You would have the same requirements and payback expectations, contract signed, and so on and so forth by your municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Jim, Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, how long do the cities and towns have to pay back the loan?
There would be 2 year, 10 year, up to 10 years to pay that loan back.
Up to 10 years. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question recurs House Bill 1015. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine. Madam Clerk, by vote 110 yeas and 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, public property.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item number 11, House Bill 688, and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
The gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman, will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 688, all it does is extend the repealer to the date of July the 1st, 2025. This is on restrictions that apply to the purchase of tax forfeited lands by corporations and non-resident aliens.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 688. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118, 19 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to the next item, House Bill 1132, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
The gentleman from Kapow, the Vice Chairman of the committee, will explain the bill.
The gentleman from Kapow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. This bill amends Section 29(5) and 2 to allow DFA to solicit proposals for capital facilities buildings to obtain better and additional food service options. Current vendors for vending areas, cafes, and restaurants in state-owned buildings are furnished via Department of Rehab Services. Capital facilities cannot charge these entities for rent per current statute. As such, their operations are generally limited to serving tenants only during normal state business hours. Allowing DFA to charge rent to such vendors would allow DFA to permit such vendors to have service hours after normal state business hours and on weekends to use facilities for catering to both tenants and general public. Costs for operating the facilities after hours would be compensated via rent and utility charges. If DFA can competitively procure for-profit vendors, food service options for tenants can be expanded and improved at no net cost to the state. Also, the bill updates listings for state properties of which DFA is now given jurisdiction by adding 350 High Street, former Wright and Ferguson Funeral Home, and 401 North Lamar Street, the old stomping ground for the gentleman from Hines, Forest, Washington, Jackson, Tallahatchie County, and Adams, the old Sun and Sand Motel. Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the bill. If there be no questions, I move final adoption.
Gentleman ranking, Mr. Yancey.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
So do we have some hope that the Capitol Snack Shop is going to reopen next year?
I would certainly hope so.
Will this bill address the fact that it's currently not open?
It may have something to do with that, yes.
It may have something to do with it. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't
come on down anyway.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1132. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no objections, we'd like to go to item 99, please.
Any objection to advancing to item 99? I don't hear any.
Item 99 is House Bill 1247, and I'd like to make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
The gentleman from Harrison will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized. We do have a committee sub. Gentlemen, do you wish to call it up?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Also have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you're recognized for an amendment.
Just adding a reverse repealer into it.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you. What this bill does is there's the state owns a building down the Wicker Center down in the state port of Gulfport, and NOAA, the National Ocean Administration, wants to rent that for 40 years. It's going to bring quite a few jobs to the area, and in order to do that, we have to have legislation to go with that kind of lease up to 40 years. It also has to be approved by the IHL and the state port of Gulfport.
Anyway, that's all that does is just give them to extend the lease on that building.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1247. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. We'll go back to page 5, item 13, banking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 13, House Bill 481. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, recognize the senior gentleman from Lee and the vice chairman to explain the next 3 bills.
Gentleman from Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 481, this is a repealer bill for the Commissioner of Banking and Finance. This allows the legislation allows the Commissioner to enjoin on investigations that are already being conducted by the Federal Reserve Board. And we are just extending the repealer on that. And I have an amendment on this bill at the proper time.
You're recognized.
All right. Well, the Commissioner has asked that we align all of their repealers to be on the same year. So we are amending this bill to change the date from 2025 to 2026. And that's the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
That's our final passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 481. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Sir, Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 686 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is the repealer for the Appraisal Company Act. We are also have an amendment for this bill.
Okay, you're recognized.
All right. We're again changing the repeal date from 2025 to 2026. Move final passage.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 686. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you. Call up House Bill 687 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is extending the repealer on the Mississippi Debt Services Act, and we will have an amendment to.
You're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you. Yes, we are again changing the repeal date from 2025 to 2026. That's
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
That is all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 687. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 7 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 16, House Bill 1360, and call it up and make the usual
Gentleman
motion.
calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, you've noticed in the last week that some other committees have talked about cleaning up statutes that had been 50 years about doing this, and so it's time to do some of that. But we have before you what is known as our bank merger statute change. It's simplifying language, or what I say, putting in kitchen table language, originally listing all types of banks, a couple of which no longer even exist, to simply state a bank chartered by the state of Mississippi. It clarifies that the statute regulates any merger, whether it involves the purchase of the bank charter itself or purchase of all or substantially all of the bank's assets. It changes consolidated bank to survivor throughout the statute to clarify the statute is referring to the surviving entity. Updates the phrase institutions so consolidated therewith to institutions so combined. The bill clarifies that the surviving entity in a bank merger must maintain FDIC insurance for all of the bank's assets throughout the merger process. Finally, the bill clarifies that the commissioner has the authority to ensure any bank merger fully complies with the requirements of this statute and the authority to enforce the statute as provided under various other banking statutes. It also deals with the banking hours statute. It clarifies that the statute applies to a bank as well as an individual bank branches. Clarifies that the banking commissioner shall have the authority to determine whether emergency circumstances exist, such as an incoming hurricane or tornado, such that a bank or bank branch may need to close for a day or close early to send employees home to safety. Provides that the commissioner may allow a bank to close for 2 days instead of 1 if the commissioner determines that such closure is necessary for business purposes. Generally, these closures occur in situations where a bank needs to close following a merger or charter conversion in order to change its systems, over which is generally a lengthy and complex process. It clarifies that if a legal holiday falls on a Saturday, the bank may recognize, that's the last sentence. I promise. It clarifies that if a legal holiday falls on a Saturday, the bank may recognize the holiday on the preceding Friday, or if it falls on a Sunday, it recognizes it on the following Monday. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions on that explanation? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1360. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk, by vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, without objection, I'd like to go to item number 10, 11, 110, 111, and 112.
Gentleman requests permission to advance on the calendar last 3 items that I think he has, 110, 111, 112. Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to House Bill 933, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You got a committee sub, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I'd like to consider the committee sub and do the original bill.
Moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain the bill?
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is some cleanup language from last year with our Homeowners Association bill. It clarifies the relationship between the Homeowners Association and the management company that it hires. And basically last year we required a fidelity bond be bought, but the problem is fidelity bond will not cover a third party. And so we had to come back and say that any comparable insurance coverage would be adequate. to cover that amount. Also, in the bill, the bankers wanted language that held them harmless, provides that the managing agent is solely responsible for ensuring compliance with provisions of the Act, provides that any bank or savings association with whom a trust fund account is open shall be held harmless. Also talks about the requirements that the operating and reserve accounts, the bank account statement be gone over each month at the homeowners board meetings with the management company. So that's an explanation of what the bill does, clean up from last year, making the law actually practical and workable. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 933. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 111, House Bill 1361. Recognize the gentleman from Lee, senior gentleman from Lee, to explain the next two bills.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman, please recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. So House Bill 1361, what this bill does is during the recent pandemic we had it with a lot of people working from home, it's come to our realization that a lot of finance and consumer financing and consumer loan companies who are out of state have their call bank people working from home, and according to our current statute, those people cannot service the accounts of Mississippi consumers. Our statute currently states that anyone handling transactions on these pieces of loan or debt have to be at the location where the company's license is listed on their license. So what this does is allow these companies to, if they have their people working from home, it allows them to be able to handle transactions for their customers at their home location. And I'll take any questions.
Questions? I don't see any.
Okay, I have actually have an amendment for this bill.
Okay, you're recognized for your amendment.
I'm going to read the amendment. It's not very long, but I'll just read it out. When this bill was brought up, the Commissioner of Banking had some issues with it on examination fees, and so the amendment says when any special examination is conducted and so denominated by the Commissioner, he or she shall charge the licensee so examine the cost based on the average daily cost of all examiners of the department plus actual and necessary expenses. The fee shall be deposited by the Commissioner into the Department of Banking Consumer Finance Maintenance Fund and shall be expended for any purposes authorized by that fund. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any further questions on the bill?
Move final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1361. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
All right, I'd like to call up House Bill 1376 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You have a committee sub. Gentlemen, you wish to adopt it?
Yes, sir, please.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. This bill, it provides that any records that include an address, phone number, email address, date of birth, social security number of a licensee that's held by a state agency that licenses professions or occupations shall not be deemed public records unless that licensee has consented to the release of such information. And that keeps our state agencies from selling our personal information to others, such as the people who continue to call you about your auto warranty extensions. So that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1376. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. We return now to page 5, item 17, corrections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item 17, House Bill 863.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You got a committee sub.
I do move for adoption.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All this bill does at this time is puts a reverse repealer in the MPIC code sections. I will announce to the body that we will be making significant changes to MPIC. The next bill that I'm going to ask that be brought up will develop a plan to move MPIC under Department of Corrections and have a deputy commissioner for workforce training. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 863. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we advance items 91 and 98 up on the calendar.
Gentleman requests permission to advance to items 91 and 98. Any objection? I don't hear any. You're recognized for item 91, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item 91, House Bill 1052, advance of usual motions. And
gentleman calls bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
I'll explain the amendment, Mr. Speaker. The amendment, amendment number 1, what it does is in the bill, we are implementing or including in the hierarchy of Department of Corrections a deputy commissioner for workforce training. Like I said in the previous bill, MPIC is going to basically be dissolved either this year or next year, hopefully this year, and we'll move MPIC under MDOC. And the commissioners requested that we move some of the individuals working at MPIC under MDOC, and we develop workforce training as opposed to prison industries, what they're doing right now. What this amendment does is takes out the language that would transfer salaries from MPIC over to MDOC, as I think that's going to do violence to our budgeting situation with the tiers of the personnel board as far as payment. And that's the explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? Jump from Lafayette, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, do you yield?
Certainly.
So does this, you said it does or does not take the salary from one to the other?
It does not.
Does not. So it's adding an additional salary to the Department of Corrections?
What the amendment does is I was intended to transfer all the MPIC salaries over to, in the original committee sub, just transfer over to Department of Corrections when we terminate MPIC as it currently exists. And after I talked with budget folks and staff, they said that that's going to do, it may end up putting a salary over and above some other individuals in MDOC, so we're just taking that language out that would transfer that over as far as salaries.
Okay. And it's my understanding, at least at one point, we were at a severe shortage in the Mississippi Department of Corrections, maybe like 50% of an occupation or two were not filled. Is that still the case?
I can't answer that. I know it's not 50%.
So we filled a lot of those positions, but we're still operating well below.
Correct.
What we're allocated.
Pen-wise.
Was there any thought to giving up one or two that have been vacant for years in order to fill this position?
This is not really filling the position, gentlemen. This is what I understand is that the MPIC operations will be moved over to, is what we're going to do once we get out of conference, hopefully, basically dissolve MPIC, go to workforce training as opposed to basically doing menial jobs in MDOC, actually get involved in workforce training. And this deputy commissioner, basically you'll be transferring the MPIC money over to MDOC for purposes of funding.
All right, I just got to ask it one more time because I'm unclear and I'm a little slow. Are we leaving the existing budget that we had in one location and adding?
No.
Okay.
I don't see any further questions. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. I don't see any questions on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1052. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item number 98, House Bill 920, advance the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is authorizes the Commissioner of Department of Corrections to expend up to $1 million out of the Inmate Welfare Fund to be placed into the Incentive to Work program. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 920. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. We'll return now to page 5, item 18, forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you will, let's go to item 18, number 478. And this bill actually does just what the short title says. It gives the Forestry Commissioner the authority to hire an arson investigator.
Jim, we got to call the bill up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Jim calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Jim is recognized.
What it does is it gives the Forestry Commissioner the authority to hire 2 arson investigators if he's needed, which we do not have now. At this time, we have had them in years past, and it just is a repealer bill, and all it does, like I say, is give him the authority, one in the north and one in the south part of the state, to consider arson fires, and that's what it does. That's a question. Any questions?
I don't see any. Question occurs on House Bill 478. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 19 on today's calendar, House Bill number 979. Mr. Speaker, if you would, would not call it up, but we're going to skip it and let it hold its place on the calendar and be considered read the third time.
Any objection? Don't hear any. We will do that, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
What about number 20?
Item number 20, House Bill number 1013. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You have a committee sub, gentlemen. You wish to adopt it?
I'm going to call on the man from Oxford to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Fayette, you wish to adopt the committee sub?
Yes, Mr. No.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1013 is pretty simple. It just authorized the Mississippi Forestry Commission and county foresters to electronically accept bids. That's it. Just moves it to the ability to electronically accept bids on timber sales. And it does have a reverse repealer.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1013. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, there's no objection. I'd like to request that items 21 through 26 retain their place on the calendar.
Any objection? You wish to have them read the third time?
Yeah, if we could. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll have them all read the third time, too. Brings us to item 27, universities and colleges.
Mr. Speaker, if we call the bill up, item 27.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I'd like to get the gentleman from Laurel Jones to come and give us the bill.
Gentleman Jones is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 475 basically just extends the repealer for certain construction projects with the general obligation bonds. What it is that we passed this bill several years ago, and the repealer has come up, and there's some projects that are still in the process. Mississippi State has 3 projects. Department of Veterinary Medicine has 4. University Medical Center has 2 projects, and UMMC has 2 projects. And what we're doing is just extending this repealer to get those projects taken care of. It doesn't have any new projects. It's just finishing up the old projects that are going on.
Questions?
Move for
I
final
don't see
passage.
any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 475. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the next item.
28.
Item number 28, House Bill 1068. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is, if you recall, last year we passed the name, image, likeness bill for college athletes compensation. all we're doing with this bill, there's been some changes at the national level by the NCAA in regard to name, image, likeness, and compensation, and we're probably going to be making some changes in that bill in our state law that we passed last year, and all we're doing with this bill is bringing forward those code sections for possible amendments later in the session. But that's all we're doing with this bill, is just bringing forward the code sections to be able to keep it alive, and if we do need to address the name, image, likeness legislation again, we'll be able to do it. And that's what it's explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
This would not affect any of the compensation package that are in place with these athletes right now?
The way I understand it, it would not, gentlemen. No, this is going forward. There's a lot of states since the NCAA has passed a nationwide thing that are repealing their name, image, likeness, and going with one uniform thing by the NCAA. We may do that, may not do that, but that's why we need to keep this alive to see if we're going to do that.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell. Passes. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
Two questions, please. I had these questions last year, I remember. Since the NCAA regulates this endorsement program for college athletes, why is it necessary for the state of Mississippi to be copycatting, shall we say, off of a national?
Well, good question, gentlemen. I will say that last year when we passed this legislation, the NCAA had not addressed this name, image, likeness situation. They were working on it, but states were moving forward at that time, passing their own name, image, likeness bills. And if you recall, I explained to y'all at that time, we didn't want to get behind the curve in recruiting both academically and athletically. So that's why we went ahead and passed our name, image, likeness last year. But since then, the NCAA has passed a national standard, and we may keep this in place, we may weaken it, we may strengthen it, we may repeal it. I don't know. We're leaving it.
I'm just saying, I think the NCAA though regulates these endorsements, and what role will Mississippi play in this process?
The NCAA has standards now by which name, image, likeness programs across the state are to follow. Okay, and that's why we're bringing this forward. We may not need this legislation anymore if the IHLs and the powers to be decide that we don't need this, and we're satisfactorily working under the purview of the NCAA on this.
I still don't understand why we're doing it. Well, if it's already in place and regulated by the NCAA,
we're doing it. All we're doing is bringing forward code sections of current law, sir. We're already doing it. Okay, we're already doing it. We're just bringing forward. We may repeal this.
No, I'm saying, but Mississippi don't regulate the endorsements. That's done by the NCAA.
Well, right now, though, that we have a law on the books. We have a law on the books, the law that we passed last year, the name, image, likeness bill, that is regulating for the Mississippi or athletes here in the state of Mississippi. Okay. Now, we may repeal that, we may change it or whatever. I can't tell you that, but the IHLs want to keep this alive, bring it forward, and if we may do away with it. I know Alabama repealed theirs.
I personally think it's over-regulating. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 1068. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to call up item number 29, House Bill 883, and I have an amendment.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. You recognize for an amendment.
What we're doing on House Bill 883 is some cleanup language that there was some confusion last year. Representative Reynolds made an amendment, and what we're doing is just cleaning up that language for Coahoma Community College. Basically, what this does is Tallahatchie County has 2 superintendents, and one of those shall be on the board, and we're just basically saying that the other counties that make up Coahoma Community College, if they want to, they may have a member of the superintendent of education.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud. Gentleman from Tallahatchie passes. All right. We'll see any questions. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 883. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous approval, I'd like to move down to item number 100, House Bill 1036.
Any objection? All right. We will go there. You wish to call it up?
Yes, sir.
Chairman calls the bill up. Moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. You want the committee sub?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What House Bill 1036 does is it gives the opportunities for a community college and a community, the community in which the college is at, to enter into a interlocal agreement. What happened was that one of our community colleges built a building that was quite large. It caused the city to mess up their fire ratings if they did not buy a new fire truck. The city bought a new fire truck for basically $500,000 and was not able to get any type of reimbursement or any type of funding from the community college. What this does, it gives the community college the ability to pay up to 50% of that fire truck. The community college can, if they so desire, enter into that interlocal agreement, and if they so desire, they can add a $10 fee onto tuition. They can write it out of their general fund. There's no specifics of the way they can get that money, that they can pay up to 50% of that fire truck if they so choose to enter that interlocal agreement with the city. That concludes my recommendation.
Questions, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me that you're going to charge a fee to students at junior colleges to pay for a fire truck?
Not necessarily. What happens is if the community college builds a building that causes that city's fire ratings to decrease, if that city doesn't have a fire truck that will meet the necessary requirements to put out that building. Let's say that the city only has 2-story buildings and the community college builds a 4-story building. That community may not have a ladder truck that will be acceptable to put out that 4-story building fire. The town has to buy a new fire truck just because they have that 4-story building. Then the community college and the town can come into an interlocal agreement, and the town and the community college can agree that they'll split the cost and pay 50%. They don't have to.
But you are passing along the cost to the students. Am I correct? Because it says assesses student fees.
Up to a $10 fee per student, but that's just a possibility of getting the money. They don't have to do that. And once that amount is received of the 50%, then that fee goes away.
So I'm not an expert on trucks, on fire trucks, but I do know that they cost a great ton of money.
Yes,
so let's say one of the community colleges needs a fire truck and it's in the, amount of $600,000. How long does this fee that's going to be assessed to the students? I know you said it's a minimal fee of $10, but how long is this fee supposed to last for these students?
That's debatable on 2 things. It depends on how much the interlocal agreement is for. If they're paying up to 50%, so if the community college is going to pay $300,000 on that $600,000 truck, then ever how long it takes to pay that $300,000, and then the fee is stopped.
All right, thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, if the community college is going to build a building, don't they have to go before the local board to get it approved? If it's going to be a 4-story or 10-story building, cannot the local community say, hey, if you do that, it's going to change our fire rating, and then we're going to have to buy a fire truck?
I don't know if they have to go before the community or not, but I'm assuming yes. And so if they do, then yes, they could.
So okay, never mind, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1036. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 81 yeas, 33 nays, the bill passes. That brings us back to item 30 on page 6.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 30, House Bill 1394, and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this establishes the dual credit community college scholarship program. What it would do, this would be a program that would be administered by the Mississippi Community College Board. It would provide up to $24.5 million in academic dual credit, or 130,000 semester hours per academic year for academic students, and up to $5 million or 20,000 semester credit hours for career technical education dual credit students per year. As I mentioned, there is no money in this program. Funding would have to come at a later date. If no funding was available for this, of course, they would not issue any scholarships. It would be an application process for those students who are vying to receive this money would apply for this. Would be administered by the Mississippi Community College Board. The eligibility remains the same, and during the 2021 session, we actually passed this bill 119 to 1, and Senate didn't take it up. Just another opportunity for students to have scholarship dollars available to them, if we fund it, to attend community colleges for academic or career technical education reasons. And that's what the bill does, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1394. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Brings us to item 31, transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up House Bill 1378, make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Recognize the gentleman from Prentice to handle the Memorial Highway bill, sir.
Gentleman from Prentice is recognized. You got a committee substitute, gentlemen? You
Yes,
want
sir.
it? Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll explain to you the committee sub. If you stand to your feet this morning in reverence and honor, evening, actually. This is an act to designate a certain section of Mississippi Highway 130 located in Prentice County, Mississippi, as the Corporal Walter Gann Memorial Highway. The amendment also allows for a section of Highway 45 located in Prentice County, Mississippi, to be named after Senator John White as a memorial highway. Corporal Gann received at least 3 Bronze Stars and multiple medals. He was actually acknowledged and recognized in Washington, D.C. as well. Senator White served 19 years in the lower chamber, but we are thankful for his contributions as well. That's the explanation of the bill, and I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1378. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 32, House Bill 1113. And if you would stand as well, if you don't mind.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate the intersection of Mississippi Highway 18 and U.S. Highway 45, located in Clark County, Mississippi, as the private first class Damian LaQuisha Heidelberg Memorial Intersection.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1113. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 33, House Bill 1002. I would like to skip that bill and request that it retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? We will do that. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 34, House Bill 990. I'd like to call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up and moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment basically just strikes the first section of the bill, and it continues to leave in the language to designate a certain bridge on Interstate 20 frontage road located in Warren County, Mississippi, as the Margaret Gilmer Memorial Bridge.
Questions?
That's the explanation of the amendment and the bill as well.
I don't see any questions. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 990. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 35, House Bill 811. I ask that we skip that bill and let it retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 36, House Bill 505. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate a certain segment of Interstate 22 located in Lee County, Mississippi, as the Vietnam Veterans Way and for related purposes.
Questions? I don't see any.
Move final
Open the
passage.
machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 505. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 37, House Bill 504. Call it up, ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate a certain segment of Interstate 22 located in Lee County, Mississippi, as the Korean War Veterans Highway. That is the explanation of the bill.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 504. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 38, House Bill 503. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate a certain intersection on Interstate 22 in Lee County, Mississippi, as the Sheriff Harold Ray Presley Memorial Intersection.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 503. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Jump from ranking, Mr. Weathersby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be recorded as voting yes on item 36, House Bill 505.
You got to fill out the form over here, gentlemen. You got to fill out the sheet. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 3 on the general calendar, House Bill 733.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold a meeting of county affairs immediately after adjournment. County affairs after adjournment.
Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. On item number 46, 47, 48 on today's calendar, can I have those read the third time, please?
I'm sorry, give those to me again.
Item number 46, 47, and 48 on the general calendar. Can I have it read the third time, please?
Okay, we will do that. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have items 103 and 104 on today's calendar read for the third time, please.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 1069 from nay to yay.
Any objection?
I'm sorry.
Hearing none, we'll do that.
I have one more. On HCR 39, Amendment 4 from nay to yay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, item number 96 and 97, I'd like to ask they be read the third time.
Okay, we'll do that. Gentleman from Mitawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to change my vote on HCR 39 on Amendment 2 from yay to nay.
Any objection?
And I also have,
I'm sorry?
I also have some bills.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Item 49, 50, 51, and 52, I ask that they be read the third time.
All right, we can do that.
I think I've got a couple more, but I can't find them right now.
All right. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McRae.
Speaker, I would like item number 4 on the general calendar, HCR 39, hold for a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like request to change my vote and my desk mate, Representative Brown, general calendar item 7, HB 616 to no. Also, item number 8, HB 617 to no. That's just me on that one.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask for consent to change my vote on House Concurrent 39 on Amendment number 2. Change it from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I failed to vote on House Bill 1425, and I would like to change my vote to yay.
You got to fill out this form, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. If you didn't vote, you got to fill out the form over here. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote and my desk mate's vote, Mr. Baumgar, on item number 5, House Bill 1069 from no to yes.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's general calendar, number 7, House Bill 616, I'd like to hold that on a motion.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from Calhoun, Mr. Beckett.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Item number 89 on today's calendar, item number 105 and 106, I'd like to hold those three bills. I'd like to have them read third time. Excuse me.
Gentleman ranking, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 102, I would like to be read the third time.
Okay. Lady from Amended, Mr. Cockerham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, items 53 and 54, and also items 85 through 88, I'd like to have those items read the third time.
53, 54, and what were the others?
85 through 88.
All right, we can do that. Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like items number 75 through 84, that's 75 through 84, and items 107, 108, and 109 be read for the third time.
Okay, we'll do that. Jim from Marshall, Mr. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. John, in memory.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as we adjourn today, I ask that we do so in memory of Mr. Henry Watson, Jr., a gentleman I've known for over 40 years who was a utility worker for the Holly Springs Utility Department who died tragically today.
Thank you, sir. We will do that. Jim Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to hold item number 29 on the general calendar, House Bill 883 on the motion to reconsider.
Okay, we can do that. Jim from Harrison, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some items I need to be read for the third time.
Okay.
Items 39 and 40 on today's calendar, then items 55 to 71, and then 92 to 95.
How many bills is that, gentlemen?
Way too many.
All right. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two things. I'd like to have read for the third time, item 41, 42, 43, and 44 on today's calendar. And I'd also like, on yesterday's calendar, item 80, House Bill 1067, to change my vote from nay to yay.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote.
And I'd also like to wish Representative Brent Powell a happy birthday.
Ooh, all right. Jim from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, number 5, House Bill number 1069, I was voted yay. I'd like to be changed to a nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Etowamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to have items 73 and 74 read for the third time.
All right. We can do that. Any other announcements? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman at Etowamba for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Motion is to adjourn to 10 a.m. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned to 10 a.m.
I did get my K3 voted up.
They have to do it up there.